Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little painting studio and we are going to make something beautiful today. Three things actually. We're going to try. So what I have in front of me is, I'm going to call it a triptych. These are all individual 5x7 panels, and what I've done is I photographed a sundae ice cream cone with the chocolate and the nuts on it, and I photographed it at three different stages. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to do it at its full stage, halfway eaten, and then pretty much gnawed down to the bare core of the cone with just a little bit of the chocolate and the nuts still on there, but mostly eaten. So what I'm hoping to do is take all three of these, if they work out, and actually, I think it would be really nice to frame them in one frame and have them all three floating next to each other. But we'll see how it goes. We're just going to test it out. We started last week and did this Neapolitan ice cream cone. And we did pretty good with it, and I was hoping to do more, but you know, I always am a little overly ambitious and I can't quite get it as far as I want. So I was gonna try to work on it yesterday, but I had other things. So I had the realities of making art, which is yesterday I was photographing all of my paintings that I am going to be shipping out to my gallery, and that just always takes me so much time. Wouldn't think it would, but it does. So I was photographing those and editing the images and doing a couple other things. Couldn't get that one done. So we're gonna leave this one sit. Sometimes it's better for me if I just let a painting sit for a little bit and then come back to it in a few days with some fresh eyes, and gives me more perspective. So I really want this, if you remember, what I said on Saturday, if you were here, is that this area of the painting is really, really beautiful. But the rest of this needs a lot of work to be able to bring it up to that level. So that's really what I'm going to try to do. I want the whole thing to be beautiful all the way around, because that's what we do here, right? All right, so we're going to do this. These three drumstick cones, sundae ice cream cones, I guess would be the generic name for it. And so what I'm going to do is, this is a really good tip too. If you want to try something experimental, it is best to do it small, because first of all, you don't want to be, you know, doing something where you're overly committing to something if it's not going to work out. And you also want to make something that has an easy price point entry for people, so that, you know, if you created three paintings like this that were, you know, 3, 4, 5 feet tall. Hey, Willow. Oh, your other account got disabled. I'm good. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for coming back. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that your account got disabled. I'm sure that happens a lot to various people. So how are you doing outside of that? Um, I was saying that we're going to start this triptych here of three different stages of this one particular ice cream cone. So all here, not eaten, halfway eaten, and mostly eaten. And so we're going to try that. But working small is a really good way to get started with that, because it's less risky. It's just less risky. And when I started out painting in total, I actually always painted small, because that was the most, I tried to make things at a very accessible price point for people. So again, I'm trying to just see, you know, this is a little experimental to kind of do this sequential piece. You're pretty fine as well. It's just been a long time since I last saw you. Yes, I know. I know. I am sorry that your account was disabled, but glad that you found a way back. So thank you. And I got groceries today, and I actually did order the butter pecan ice cream, because I did promise you, and I ordered some extra pecans. So I am going to photograph that. Yeah. And you know, the only reason I'm pausing on that today, I had this ready to go. I had this other one that's kind of sitting over here as well that still needs to be done, but they were out of sugar cones. And I'm out of sugar cones here. And I know you had mentioned that you really wanted sugar cones for that. So I'm going to have to get that on the next grocery trip, or maybe order from Amazon. Maybe they'll have them there. So I don't know why there's a shortage of sugar cones, but there was. So of course I do. Why would I not remember you? I'm not that old. So anyway, thank you so much, Willow. I appreciate you coming back. And yes, you always cheer me up with your cat emojis and so forth. So thanks. So I think what I'm going to do for this little triptych here is, yes, and so I will get to the butter pecan soon, I promise. So what I'm going to do for this little triptych is I think I want to start in the middle. And the reason I want to start in the middle is because I think that this is the one that if I don't end up loving this series, this is the one that I feel would make the best, done. Okay, Willow. This is the one that I feel would make the best standalone painting. And so if things start to go horribly wrong, then I will just nix these other two. But I'm hoping that it works out. I have decided that, this is going to be a time period where, I'm just going to scoot this out of the way. This is going to be a time period where I start to experiment a little bit with how I can take traditional still life in this respect and make it a little bit narrative. So in this, I'm telling a very simple story, right? Telling the very simple story of full ice cream cone, halfway eaten, most of the way eaten. So I want to kind of push that, and this is my first practice into that. I did do one years ago that was 2 different stages of an ice cream cone. But yeah, I have a lot of fun projects. Like I said, I got some groceries in, and for me as a food painter, that's where I get my supplies a lot of the time. So I have some surprises coming of things that I'm going to be starting soon, and hopefully it works out. So let's go ahead and get started on this. What I'm going to do is I am going to go in here and we're going to do the monochromatic underpainting, which is really just one color with some shadow areas. And it is, let me see what this says here. Austin Eden. I'm just going to read this for a second. Okay. Well, you've been moderated. Thanks very much. I believe that was an ad. So anyway, see, they should be targeting people like that, Willow, and not you, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Anyway, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to create the monochromatic underpainting here. And what I'm going to do is just start with my basic brown, which is a burnt umber. And I'm going to use some places in here with some shadow areas that might be just a little bit darker. And so I'm going to mix some of my dark blue into that. And like I said, we're going to try to do actually all 3 of these and work on all 3 kind of simultaneously. But this is the one that I want to start with today because did you remove your social links from your bio? I don't know. I don't think so. My husband does that, so I'm not sure. Why does it show that they're removed? Anyway, so I'm going to start with that. And we're just going to go in with some of the basic brown, the burnt umber. And again, I'm going to try to work at a 1-to-1 scale. And by the way, we're going to use lots and lots of tiny brushes because these are tiny paintings. I like these liner brushes, they're called, because they're just nice to get in here and really kind of control my movement. I'm not controlling it very well there, but so I guess my hope for today, because today should be kind of we'll call it a roughing in day. So my hope for today would be maybe to get all 3 of these roughed in with this monochromatic underpainting so that I have all of my shapes, and really so I can determine if if the series will work out or if it will just be this one. So that's what we're going to go for. And like I said, this is a little experimental. There was a very nice artist in here the other day named Dino the Devil. So Dino the Devil, this one's for you because he was talking about his time-based art. So I suppose this is my interpretation of this, although I did actually sketch these out a couple months ago and just didn't get around to using it. But I am kind of fascinated with, things that are sequential, and particularly things, in food, because I am a food painter primarily, at different stages. So I think that's kind of fun and whimsical. I also would like to try to experiment with pairings. And so I would like to try to, well, you know what? I'm going to keep it a surprise because, like I said, I kind of loaded up from the grocery store today with some experimental ideas that I am going to try along with this series, just to kind of liven things up from, single still lifes, which is still fine. It's still fine for me to paint the one-off ice creams and so forth. But I do think that it's nice to evolve. It's nice to push yourself. And so I think this will be very interesting. Like I said, I think it's kind of nice when you're experimenting with something new, whether it's for yourself or to sell, ultimately, to start small. So I want to, these are just 5x7s. And like I said, I guess my hope is that all three could be framed next to each other in one little frame, and then show the story. So you have the whole ice cream mostly eaten, or halfway eaten, and then mostly eaten. And so, very simple narrative, but I do want to kind of push the boundaries of that. I heard a quote somewhere from another still life artist, I don't know, a few years back, and said, all still life is narrative. I do believe that that is true. I think that all still life is narrative. But I just want to see if I can push the boundary of that just a little bit more, maybe than I'm accustomed to doing. That series that I did with the cookie landscapes, that's a very narrative series. So if you haven't seen that, you can head over to my website, which is kimtestone.bsky.social, and you can check that series out. And I really loved doing that. I loved having that narrative approach. So this is kind of an experiment for me to see if I can take this more traditional still life and just push it toward that narrative a little bit stronger than maybe just the one-off paintings are. But I mentioned that, I used to paint very, very small. That was a typical thing for me, that I painted. I was what was called, and I've mentioned this before on here, but I was what was called a daily painter. And so what I did was I would paint usually very small pieces that were, kind of around this size or even a little bit smaller. And I would put those up for sale, and I would try to do them. They call you a daily painter because you try to complete them in one day. And they were rougher than my other paintings tend to be, much, much rougher. But it's a really, really good exercise. And so I did one, actually, a study, I called it, from a few weeks ago, or a couple weeks ago. It was a few weeks ago now. I lost track of the time. But I did a study of an ice cream that was 4 inches by 4 inches on here, live on Twitch. And that was a really good exercise for me to do. So I just thought maybe I can try to do a few things where I kind of stick around that smaller size. Maybe some studies again in the future, but this is something where I really want to do again, just experiment and push and see what I could achieve from a narrative point of view to push my still life, because we always want to keep growing, right? We always want to see. We don't want to get stuck in a rut. That's a terrible place to be as an artist, to be stuck in a rut. So I wanted to really push this. I also, if I'm going from a practical point of view, I also have a whole bunch of small panels that I've collected over the years. And so I want to see what I can do with them. So, so this is going to be the first step. I'm actually very excited for some of the things that I am going to be, I'm excited for this one, but for some of the other things that I'm hopefully going to introduce in the next few weeks here. So I hope you'll tune in and stick around for me, because this is for me a very important time, I think, as an artist, to challenge what I'm capable of. And over the next, few months, I hope you will hang out with me and learn more about what that means. So, but I think, there's a kind of a lovely, I think of my regular still life as being very, very straightforward. And there was a real complexity to my my series from last year and the beginning of this year, with my foodscape paintings, my cookie paintings that I did with the gingerbread and the sugar cookies. Hey there, Willow, still hanging out with me. Are my links really gone, by the way? I don't know. So just let me know. I'm sure my husband is watching from the other room, so if he needs to fix something, I'm sure he'll do that. Anyway, so I just really want to try to push the direction that I can take these. Hey, I'm back once again. Hope you have you have a wonderful day. Sure thing, Willow. You too. Oh, it's cool next year. I'm sorry. Cool next year. Yes, hope you're having a wonderful day too. Thank you. Yeah, they're not showing up. Okay, interesting. I don't know why that would be, but like I said, I'm sure he's listening in, and so I'm sure he will check that out and see why. I'm glad. Cool next year. Thank you. So I just want to see, like I said, this is the year, over the next 6 months, let's say in particular, this is the time where I am extra challenging myself. Okay? So like I said, I've been mostly a traditional still life painter, mostly food. I did this experimental series that I started last year that I loved, and it had a much more narrative take. And so I am going to see how much more I can push in my narrative approach to my traditional still life. And so that's why, if you're just tuning in, what I have here is we're going to do 3 small ice cream cones, 5 by 7. We're going to try to rough them all out today. And so full drumstick cone, halfway eaten, and most of the way eaten. So we're going to rough them all out today and then hopefully complete them over the next week. And we'll just see how it goes. But I'm excited about trying the sequential part to things and just telling this very simple story. And we're going to be using, because these are small, we're going to be using very tiny brushes. And all I'm doing right now is just what I call the monochromatic underpainting. So this is just one color essentially. It's just burnt umber. And I'm going to go over most of this and just block out the major shapes in just my burnt umber first. And then I'll go in and start to refine things. So it helps me always, because I build my paintings from back to front. It helps me always to have a really good foundation where I can see all of the complicated shapes, especially in something like this, you know. Hey, Miss Gray. How are you doing? Nice to see you again. Those are really cute. I dig that. So I hope that you guys will stick with me for the next, well, for the rest of today at least, but for the next few months. And I know you can't be here all the time, but like I said, I'm here all the time. Well, I'm here 4 days a week, and I work a lot outside of that as well. But I'm hoping that you will enjoy the experiments that I have coming. So again, not experiments in materials. We're going to stick with the same painting approach. I did have a question though, and I don't know if anybody would be interested in this, um, but if you are interested in it at some point, um, if you're just interested in making a project for yourself, and I paint realism, so that's a little bit different and a little bit complicated. And again, I'm happy to share. But it's also acrylic. And so there's some really good fun experiments you can do with acrylic paint and acrylic materials, I'll say, to make like some really nice, very simple pieces for your wall. So I don't know if that's something that anybody would be interested in, but yeah, we'll try to stop by your stream every day and chat with you. Thanks, Cool Nectar. I appreciate that. Um, if anybody would be interested in me ever doing a demonstration of something really simple that you could do for your own walls, um, is that a good idea? Okay, Willow, I might do that then sometime. There's some really nice, very simple ways to use acrylics that are a lot of fun and more about process than perfection. And thanks, Cool Nectar. And and I think that it does actually use some of the things, you know, that I do here, like this glazing medium. But I created these pieces of wall art. I can just explain some of it real quick. But years ago, just as an experiment, I created some pieces of wall art that were, you take a simple panel, and you can take just a piece of wood as long as it's sealed properly. But let's just say a painting panel, just to be on the safe side. And you can take Golden Acrylics, which is the company. They have these different um, kind of textures that you can basically spread across your painting surface. And again, my paintings are very, very flat. So this is a totally different style of work, but it's a fun project for your home. Um, so you take the mediums that they have, and they are very lightweight, a lot of them. And so what you can do is actually spread them kind of with a big palette knife if you wanted to, um, but with whatever tool you want, and create all these wonderful jagged shapes, and then let it dry. And then you can essentially take color kind of the way that I paint here with the glazes, and just glaze over different sections of it to create kind of these really nice, very simple, textured, abstract pieces that would be lovely for your wall. And so it's just a very simple thing, but it's a lot of fun to do, and it's kind of a good introduction to acrylics. And so if that's something that anybody's interested in, then I will try to do that at some point in the future here. But again, today I am just going to try to rough in these three very realistic, well, they will be very realistic, three very realistic sequential pieces. And we're just going to, for the most part right now, I'm just going to try to use my burnt umber. And that's mostly for simplicity's sake. We call it a monochromatic underpainting. You can choose any color that you want. I choose burnt umber for these because they are they have a lot of brown in them, and burnt umber is kind of a reddish brown, and so that will work well for me in that respect. But you can pick anything you want. I've seen people use very bright colors. Some people use yellow as their underpainting. So there's lots of ways to do it. And like I said, we're gonna try some, you know, not super crazy experiments, but just kind of breaking away from traditional one-off still lifes. And so one of the things that I got, I'm just gonna share. One of the things that I got from the grocery store today is marshmallows. So what I would like to do is I would like to go in my backyard and grab a few sticks. I have a gas stove, and I would like to roast some marshmallows and I would like to paint them. I think they would be beautiful and lovely, and I would like to paint them actually on the stick. So it would be a little bit nature and a little bit food, but I think that they could look really, really cool. And what I was thinking of doing with them was pairing them with some, we'll say some secret things because I don't want to give everything away, but pairing them with, again, separate panels like these are, um, with other things that I think would go with marshmallows. So there's your trivia question for today, your mystery question. What goes with a marshmallow? What goes with a roasted marshmallow? And so I thought I thought that would be really lovely. I would stick with the same design uh, elements that I typically use, which is this very clean, stark white background on everything. And but I think that actually part of it, it's funny how things build off of each other, but part of it is this ice cream that we were working on, where we have this really lovely area right here in this vanilla. It made me think I could paint a marshmallow. All right. All right, we're doing pretty good here. Just want to try to get all my shapes in. I'm gonna thin this out a bit more and just go into, just want to put a little bit of this warmer brown, even though this is going to be a shadowy kind of blue color. I'm still going to go in with my brown. I'm still going to lay that in there. As I always work with these glazes working in tandem with each other. So having a little bit of this warm brown underneath my shadowy areas, that's actually not a terrible thing. It will just add to, we'll call it the lovely complexity of my paintings. So we just want to look in these major shapes right now. And then what we'll do, because these are so small, and I'm using a lot of glaze, which keeps my acrylic open a lot longer, I'm just going to let each one dry once I hit a certain stage and work on one of the others. And so hopefully that works out for me today. And I will, of course, because I'm me, be flipping these upside down and turning them around because I want to keep my objective eye and not fall into the pattern of getting lazy with my shapes. One little thing that I have alluded to, but I think I've mentioned it actually directly a couple times, is when I take my reference photos, a lot of times I have to, well, I always edit them in Photoshop. Um, I usually photograph my ice creams when I can in front of a white background. That makes it a little bit easier to start with the editing process, but I often have to change colors, make adjustments even to shapes of the cones. Um, and in this case, this was not too bad for these three, but I did actually have to really oversaturate them from what my original photos were. So that's one thing that I've learned to do is I used to years ago start with photos that were way too dull in color. And I guess I just thought I was being authentic, but the reality is that I just need to brighten things up. My brain will, as I paint, because you can't paint quite as bright as a backlit screen. And so my brain will dull this down a bit from what it shows on here, but I do try to get it relatively close, and it just helps me to have the saturation way, way up high. Not crazy high, just up high enough. But it is also a reason why I have this very vibrant palette that I use because I really want all of my paintings to end up very, very bright and colorful, not garishly so, if that makes sense. but just very bright and colorful and exude a sense of joy and cheer. I don't want them to be dulled down um, like a maybe a more traditional still life. A lot of times I think those are too dull for my particular liking. But that's just me. Everybody's a little bit different. So I'm just going in with this very, very thin glaze right now. I just want to kind of go all over this cone, and then I will come back in and try to define a little bit more of these boxed in shapes there. So right before I started, I saw my baby groundhog on my deck. I hadn't seen him in a few days either, Willow. And yes, so he was laying out there on my deck, and I tried to take a video of him. I did from one angle, and from the other angle, I think I scared him, but but he did come back. My husband said he saw him there, so he did wander back. But he was just sunning himself because it's been raining for a few days, so it was nice for him to just go out and enjoy some sunshine on the deck. He always makes me smile. If you remember, we called him Baby Houdini because he's the one who gets in and out of my garden with magical powers. Amazingly so. All right, we're almost done with just this first pass. And like I said, we'll let it dry then. And we're actually going to use this same color to come in and darken some of this and really refine it a lot. And then we'll start to add some of the blue just to make it a little bit richer, like around this edge. You can see that's a bit darker in here. And so we'll come back to that. But for right now, we're just going to let it dry, and then we'll revisit it just with the brown again. Solar Phonics, are you rating me? Oh my goodness. That's so nice. It's so nice to see you. I appreciate it. Andromeda Creates, welcome. Waves hello from Hey Solar Phonics. I'm good. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Were you composing today? Deborah White Music. Hey, hate to raid and run. Let's see. What did it say? Solar says you're a good egg, and that's all I need. That's so nice. Thank you. I try. So thanks so much. Deborah White Music. I will have to check you out later. Thank you. You were trying to compose, and you're currently on a 5 stream streak. That means you've tuned into 5 of my streams. Thank you, Solar Phonics. That's very, very kind. So what did you accomplish today over there? Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming in from Solar Phonics. I appreciate it. If you haven't been here before, my name is Kim, and I am a full-time painter, and I've decided to open my studio door a few days a week. So you are welcome to come in and hang out with me as I create. I mostly paint food, not always, but mostly paint food. And today we are going to be doing a sequential series of three small ice cream cones. So this full one, halfway eaten, and then finished eaten. So we're just going to try to rough all these in. I spent the day packing and shipping stuff yesterday, or packing stuff and photographing it. But we have one that's kind of mostly done. I didn't come back to finish this. This is my Neapolitan from the other day, and we're gonna try to give that a few days of rest and then come back. You were working on the wise moment. That's the one you mentioned the other day, right? The wise woman and composing the high notes for the singer. Nice. Yes, you mentioned you had a singer for that one, so that's pretty cool. I would think, it's one thing for me to paint in front of people, but I would think that would be very difficult to try to compose in front of people. Um, that's tricky. That would be tricky. A baritone, a lady baritone, is that a thing? It needs to sound opera type. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I would just think that would be very, you can't, you can't remember. I would think that would make me a little, I don't know if I'd be able to think clearly enough to compose in front of people. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. So I'm gonna have to tune into your streams because like I said, I saw one pop up in my email the other day and I didn't get to go in to see it. But yeah, next time I will try. It's soprano. Okay. So again, welcome to everybody. I try to keep this pretty low key, and it's just my cozy little corner of the world where I am working on art anyway. And oh, the chords are Enya-ish. I like Enya, so that's interesting. Yeah, I mentioned that I used to sing back in the day, very alto, and but I did love it. I always envied the sopranos, though. So we're just going to try to block in all three of these today and just get as far as we can. And I'm hoping that taking this, I was talking earlier about trying to just, instead of doing one-off still lifes, we're going to try to do some experimental stuff. And so this is my first step into that. It's a sequential piece. And so I am going to try to get this done hopefully over the next week along with that Neapolitan that's sitting over there in the corner. And what my hope is that these three could be framed together, sequentially together. I think it would be a nice little series. But what I'd like to do is try to kind of push the boundaries of what my still life can be, and start to do things that are, again, I did a series that was quite narrative, but I want to see if I can kind of employ those narrative techniques into my traditional still life as well. If you're interested in the other series, it was gingerbread and cookies and frosting, and you can see them on my website. And they're these whimsical trompe l'oeil pieces, and I would bake and decorate real life models and then replicate them in paint. So super complicated, but so much fun and so thoughtful and so much joy. So I want to see if I can try to combine the two parts of the work that I do, which is a more straightforward still life and a more narrative still life, and see if I can find a happy medium between the two. So I had some groceries delivered today, and when I do that, it's always a little bit exciting because that means that I have supplies for my paintings coming in, and so I have a few surprises in there, and um, and we're just gonna try. We're gonna push ourselves, especially over the next 3 to 6 months, I will say. I'm gonna push myself really hard to see what I can do with my traditional still life so that it kind of takes on a new life and it's not so, um, not quite as straightforward maybe as it used to be. I need to follow this very, uh, what do I want to say? The danger of trying to force something, which is not what I want to do. So I will say all these things that I'm trying to accomplish, they're things that evolved naturally for me over a number of months or years. And so this is just me trying to employ them. But there's a term in the arts, and I don't know if it's something in music, solar phonics as well, but we don't want to use devices. Devices are like cheesy little things that you try to do with your art to attract attention. That's not what I want to try to do. So we're going to elevate and escalate things to a more sophisticated point rather than trying to employ devices. So, yeah. Is that a cornetto? Would that be the term? I don't know. Um, yeah, it would be like, like let's say I was painting an ice cream cone and I decided to put a skull down in the corner, right? So it would be a device because it'd be like, oh my God, she made this dark ice cream cone. Like that's just cheesy, right? So yeah, I sometimes will talk about my art education. Some of it was okay and some of it was not, but that is one part that stuck with me is don't use devices. Don't try to make things, don't try to employ things that are just like short-term attention grabs. Um, so I hope that if you go look at my other series, like I said, that evolved very naturally and took a long time, and it was these thoughts that just popped into my head, um, and they would get gradually refined. But I hope that they do not employ devices. so, so that might be a little highfalutin for today, but yeah, we don't want to employ any devices. So today we're just going sequential. Sequential is the way to go. So I just want to see if I can tell a very simple story with my still life. And so right now, all I'm doing is taking burnt umber and creating what's called a monochromatic underpainting. And you got to go. You're exhausted. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much, Solar Phonics. It was so nice for you to bring people over. And you go rest. You take care of yourself. And I will hopefully see you again soon. Okay. Thank you so much. So just generally, I hope that the vibe in here is we're all good eggs. I appreciate that. I hope that the vibe in here is pretty peaceful. If you haven't been here before, again, welcome. And thanks so much to Solar Phonics for bringing folks over. If you can give me a follow, I would really appreciate it. It makes me feel good. I've only been on Twitch for a couple weeks now, 3 weeks, I think. And so this is very new for me. And we're just trying to keep a very chill vibe over here. Like I said, I would be doing this anyway. That's very cute. I would be doing this anyway. I paint all the time, or do my artwork, all the parts that go with my work all the time. And so, yeah, my husband said, just, like open your door up to people and let them see what you do. So that is what I'm doing. And he thought I was pretty charming. I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to have to take his word on for that one. So what we'll do is just do one pass on all of these with this kind of thinned out layer. Aw, thanks, Solar Flux. That's very kind. I appreciate the encouragement because honestly, I really don't know. So, so we'll see. So we're just going to try to do a pass on all of these, and then we'll go back to whatever the first one was and do another layer, and that will help to start to refine all the details. And we're going to call this a Sunday cone, even though technically I believe this is called a drumstick. But I have learned I am a little nervous about using brand names for anything anymore. So this is a Sunday cone, and I think they're lovely. Actually, they're very lovely to paint because I enjoy the chocolate and the nuts. So occasionally, if you hang out with me, um, I will talk about my little garden, and it's kind of an experiment. I have a little garden in the backyard, and I have a little garden in my kitchen. And my little hope is that I can master this at least enough to share it with other creatives because I think it's important for people, um, anybody who wants to be creative, to be able to free up extra resources. And so I feel like I'm actually doing quite a bit out there and have some successes and some failures, and but I'm learning more each time. So that's all I can ask for. And I am, by the way, gardening in some very difficult climate. So again, I feel like if I can do it here, then it's possible to do it anywhere. And it's part of the reason why I grow some stuff in my kitchen, because we have a very short growing season here. Very, very short. Because I am in upstate New York. And so we get something called lake effect, and that is all of the snow and all of the rain that dumps down on us from the lake, and yeah, so that makes growing difficult, and our season is particularly short. You really can't plant anything here until like the end of May, and you're pretty much done at the beginning of October. That is very, very short for growing anything of substance outside. But I'm trying. I am doing it. I am having, like I said, some successes. And so I will at some point share more about that. We used to live in Florida. We spent 20 years-ish living in Florida, and my husband and I. And so this has been a somewhat difficult adjustment. We both grew up north, but coming back north, it is a little bit of an adjustment for things. I think the biggest thing is the biggest difference for me. I don't know where you all live, but the biggest difference for me is you would think that it would be the weather, but that's actually not what I'm going to say. It is the culture. In other words, um, we lived in Central Florida, and so it was very touristy, and everything was open all the time because people had different work schedules and worked crazy hours, early and late, and all the tourists would come to visit, and everything had to be open and accessible to everybody all the time. And here, I feel like it is very normal for everyone, and I just think it's so weird to have like this very rigid schedule. Like everybody has the same schedule. Y'all wake up at the same time. Y'all go to bed at the same time, and you know, it's just very strange. And most things, you know, are not open in odd hours. So that's actually probably the hardest adjustment for me coming back up here. we're doing pretty good on this, I think. I'm a little partial though. And like I said, I work in lots of glazes. And so what that means is I use this glazing medium and I mix it with all of my paint and thin it down. And that helps to not just make the paint look more translucent, although it does, but it does help to keep the paint open a little bit longer. But that translucency you'll see as I go with my painting. That is something I try to exploit, so that, you know, when you look at one of my paintings, like we'll just show again, this is the one in progress, so please don't criticize, it's not done yet. But like this area of the vanilla, you can see all of my layers of paint in there, and they all peek through one another. And so that is what I try to do with my glazings. It's a very unusual process compared to a lot of people who use a more direct painting style, but it's mine. It's what I like. So um, my pieces, I think, when you see them in person in particular, they're very complex, and that's what I go for. All right, so I just, as pieces of the painting, you know, as I start to refine certain areas, um, things I want to look for as I go to help not miss any of my shapes, I call them landmarks. So landmarks are little areas, like for example on this right here and right here, that tells me where this little part of the cone, this little shaded part of the cone should go. Because I only put a very rough sketch underneath these. I don't put big detailed drawings because they're just going to get painted over. And also because, you know, some of the areas are particularly light, and so I don't want any pencil marks or anything, you know, just taking over the whole space. So anyway, so we're going to try to just go through these, all three, look for landmarks, and lay out all of our major shapes today. And my hope is that I will, within the next week, be able to, we're going to switch images here. We're going to go with this one now. My hope is that in the next week, I'll be able to finish the 3 of these, plus this one that's sitting over here to my side, the Neapolitan. And I was mentioning earlier, I don't remember who was here then, but when you're trying something experimental, it's a really good idea to start small. So I was starting to say, I didn't realize there would be an ad break, I apologize. I was starting to say that one really good idea for anybody who wasn't here earlier, if you're trying something experimental, is to start small. And when you start small, it gives you, first of all, less of a time commitment. And so if things don't work out, then it's not as much of an impact, especially if this is your career and not just a hobby. But even if it's your hobby, I would say it's really wonderful to have big, grand ideas in your head. It is. Um, but to refine your skills as a painter or whatever you want to do, um, to refine your skills and also to be able to take risks without it too much impacting your time or your resources. Just start small. And so that's one reason why, I paint very straightforward, traditional still life mostly. It's not the only thing that I do because I do have that narrative series and I have done some other pieces, but but it's mostly what I do. And so I have a client base for that, and so I've learned that I want to taper my approach so that if I'm taking risks, it is something where I kind of gauge it with, you know, just understanding how much of a time impact would be. That is a hard lesson to do, hard lesson to have, but um, but it's definitely something that works for me. And it also starting small, especially again if you're like new to painting or new to whatever, starting small helps to refine your skills a lot faster than if you try to tackle gigantic pieces. So, so it's something that I would recommend. Like I said, I was a daily painter, which meant I was trying to get very small paintings done, one per day, as much as I could. That's how I started out as a painter, and it was excellent, excellent training to do that. So I really, really suggest that for anybody who's just starting out, or you know what, even if you're not starting out and you just need to, again, try new things and whatever, just try to start small. And so this being my first, we'll call it triptych, sequential series, I'm starting small. I want to make sure, first of all, that it looks okay, that, when it's framed up, that it will look okay with hopefully, again, I'm trying to think that I would frame all three of these in one panel. I think that that would look much nicer than having them all framed separately. You could do it the other way, so I'm really not sure yet. I typically send my ice cream paintings and some of my other food paintings to my gallery in North Carolina, and so this will be something I'll have to have them weigh in on to see what they think about that. But I think that it would look nice for the three of them to be all together here and tell this, sequential story. I'm out of order here, but one, two, three. So, just this little simple story. And I feel like things that are, this is one reason why I wanted to experiment with something like this. Um, it is pleasant on your brain to see things that have a natural progression. And so I think that's one reason why we tune in to see people make things, right? Like this. You want to see how things progress. And so I think to have these three tiny paintings sitting next to each other, it would just be this constant, for me anyway, I'm a little partial, this constant thing where I'm reading this very simple story over and over and over again. And I was kind of one of those kids who I used to watch a lot of movies. I don't have as much time nowadays to watch as much as I would like, but I used to watch the same movies over and over and over and over again. And so I would just have them on these worn out VHS tapes that I would tape off of television, showing my age. But I would just watch them over and over and over again. And I just felt like that was more soothing for my brain, and it's very rare in the last, I would say, 2 decades or so. It's very rare for me to find movies that fall into that. I would watch you over and over and over again. But I have encountered a couple, just a couple in recent years. But yeah, as a kid, Never Ending Story, Flight of the Navigator, Um, Last Starfighter. I'm really showing my age, but if you don't know what those are, go Google them because they're all really excellent films. Star Wars and Empire and Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, all those kind of things. So I would watch all of those things, but I would watch them over and over and over again. And I would not just sit there and watch because I wasn't one of those. I wasn't a kid who could just not do anything. So I was always painting or drawing or working on a project. And I think that's part of why I liked watching things over and over and over again, is because there was like a comfort level to my thought process then that would free me up to be able to do other creative projects while I was watching them. And so I could still enjoy them, but I didn't have to, when you watch something for the first time, you really should pay attention because you're going to miss stuff. And so when I would watch something that I was just comfortable with, it allowed me to, pursue other creative endeavors simultaneously. And I really kind of still work that way. If I do on rare occasions, I don't really do it too much anymore. But for a while, I was watching, movies and television while I painted, and sometimes that's okay. But I did find eventually that it was still too distracting. But the ones that are the least distracting are the ones that I know. If so, it's something that I've seen many, many times. I can put it on in the background and it just becomes kind of background noise. I'm aware that it's there, but it's not really taking my attention away. I'm doing pretty good with this. I'm just going to rough this in. And I'm just looking for, right now, just the major, major shapes. And so, again, all of these collectively, these are 5x7s. I'm really hoping that, and it's been a while since I worked really like detailed at this size. I did some studies. I did a couple little trompe l'oeil pieces, but it's been a while. And so I want to say I would like to try to keep each of these on its own at 2 to 2.5 days a piece. So that's two, full 8 to 10 hour days. And if I can do that, because that's again like the calculation that I make in my head as a painter who does this for a living, is how much do I how much will I be able to sell these for in theory? Not that everything I do sells, but a lot of stuff does. But how much would I be able to sell these for in theory based on the same amount of time that it would take me to do a larger one? And so for me to make essentially the same off of this as I would off of this large 12x16 over here, then I have to calculate that out as being, it should take me no more than probably 7 full working days to do this. Um, so yeah, that's where you think that everything should just be about this glorious creativity, and we try, but there is a reality if you're doing this for a living that you do have to make some basic calculations to see if things are worth your time. And again, I try, like for this, to think, okay, I would like to try this. There's these other projects I would like to try, but I am going to have to calculate to make sure that um, I'm not overcommitting my time to doing something. So this looks, really rough right now, and I appreciate you sticking with me at this early stage. But we are going to aim, if you haven't been to my website, if you haven't stuck around with me before, we aim for really high degrees of realism. That is what I always try to do. And this layering method helps me get there. But yeah, it's definitely challenging, and sometimes I push myself very, very hard. but I always want to aim for really high realism. So we're just going to do the rough in stage today. It should be still pretty good. I mean, things will be um, notably better than they are at this moment anyway. But, and so I'm hoping we can make some decent progress on these. But if you try to keep in mind that if I say I'm calculating this out to be 7 working days, roughly, 7 full working days, not just on my stream, then we're only, what, an hour in. We're only an hour into that. And so when I say that, I'm talking more about long days. And so, I might be upwards to 50 to 60 hours as my guess for that. And by the way, I'm just rambling. So if there's anybody out there that you would like to ask a question or tell me about your work, because I always like to learn about other artists and what they're doing, please feel free to share what you do, share with the class, and yeah, I would love to know. But if you would like to just watch, that's totally fine too. So one thing that I do with all of my pieces, and you will again learn this about me as you stick around, is I generally flip them upside down and sideways quite a bit, actually. And so I do that in part because I'm trying to see things more objectively. And by seeing things more objectively, I can create them more objectively in here. So I try not to paint ice cream cones or whatever object it is that's on my reference images. What I try to paint is abstract shapes and their relationships to each other. So that ultimately leads me to being able to do this more accurately. This is one of those times where I need anchor points. So I have to look and see, okay, what's going on over here? And I can see this nut right here is this nut right here. And so that tells me that this is my chocolate area. It's very easy to get confused. And so you just have to keep looking for those anchor points, those relationships between the shapes. Part of what we'll do today too is what I call a regressive technique. And so that means that I will apply essentially a glaze over a larger section, and then I will remove part of it with my brush. And so that also helps, because everything doesn't have to be directly painted, especially for all these little complicated shapes. Like I'm doing right now, all these nuts that are up in here. Sometimes you can um, simply apply paint over it and then take some off. And especially at a rough-in stage, that's a good way to get you to figure stuff out a little bit faster and start to make things come together a little bit faster. But I still think it's important, at least for me, to go in initially with some rough lines like I'm doing here to try to figure out the majority of the shapes and then come back to it. So like I said, we're just gonna do each of these three and then let them dry. I'll go back to this one next and we'll do another pass on that. My dad asked me, because again, I'm new here. My dad asked me the other day how it was going on my Twitch streams, and he was telling me how much he enjoyed watching Bob Ross still. And I thought, okay, well, I am trying to keep it as chill. I'm not I'm not a Bob Ross, but I am trying to keep it with that chill vibe. Anyway, I'm happy to narrate my process. Like I said, I'm here anyway. I would be painting anyway. And so I'm happy to open up my metaphorical door to whoever wants to see what I do. Um, I will say, I'm only here. I've committed to being on Twitch roughly 4 days a week, 16 hours total. But the reality is I paint way more than that each week. Plus, I do a lot of other tasks that are associated with my role as an artist. Um, and so we only see a small snippet on here, but I'm happy to share it. So all right, I think we're doing pretty good. I just want to do a tad bit more, not a ton, because like I said, on the next pass, I'm kind of hoping I can I still might go in and do a little bit more on my shadows um, in here, but I think we're going to wipe that off. That's actually not correct. There is a line here and it is not correct. It's part of my background that I didn't edit out appropriately. But anyway, we're going to try to go in and do a regressive technique on this today. But for right now, I think this is okay. And it's just this gradual back and forth process, trying to figure stuff out. And I think if you've not looked at a lot of paintings in person or online, um, and maybe you wonder, um, like sort of an informal 90-second art appreciation course, I want you to be able to see that even though I aim for a really high degree of realism, that I want you to see that it's human made. I want you to see all those layers of paint peeking through each other and knowing that I am essentially creating this thing with just this and this little palette here. And when you start to look at art and think about how the artist accomplished what they did, that's kind of the first step, I think, to art appreciation. So it's not just about the subject, although sometimes that's obviously wonderful too, but it is about being able to see that process. And so I think it's like magic myself, just a little bit like magic. When I do my trompe l'oeil pieces in particular, I think that those are especially magical. And trompe l'oeil, if you are unfamiliar, it means to fool the eye. And so what I do is I try to create them in a way that is deceptive, so that if you're looking at them, they're realistic enough for you to question if they are really three-dimensional, or if or if they're just paint and flat paint. I always keep my paintings very, very flat. And so when I did my cookie series last year with the trompe l'oeil pieces, with the sugar cookie and the gingerbread, I actually had a few of those videos go viral. And one of them, I never lived down my typos when especially because I was a magazine editor at one point, but I still have typos, which is terribly embarrassing. Um, but one of them, I called it ready for the side views. I meant ready for the side views, but it said faux. But anyway, that video uh, ended up getting a couple 100,000 views, and it would go up to my paintings and then go on the side view of them and then back to the front. And so I just loved the degree of wonder that people had when they saw my pieces. So you can find that on my TikTok. I think it's one of the ones that I pinned. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's one at the top. And you can check out those paintings there on my TikTok or on my website or my Instagram. But I like to create paintings that kind of evoke a sense of magic. And so that's one reason why I really aim for the high degree of realism, whether it's just a straightforward still life or the trompe l'oeil, because I want you to feel a sense of wonder when you see them. All right, so I'm going to go in here. In this particular case, I am actually going to go into these little shadow areas, and I'm just going to try to rough these in just with the first pass. Ice cream cones are so complicated to paint. I have painted many. I've painted many. I think I've painted somewhere around 150 ice creams over the years. And everyone's a little bit different, but there are some tricks that I've learned with painting the ice creams. So we're just going to go in, and this is very rough. But part of this is, you know, if I let this dry and then I go in with my glaze afterwards, then I can actually still see all of these shapes underneath here. And so I really consider this part of my painting to be my drawing. I don't do full pencil sketches because, like I said, I just feel like they get covered up. But I do a rough pencil sketch, and then I do a relatively detailed underpainting, and that becomes my drawing. I'm going to jump back up here. I also try to, whenever I can, work at a 1-to-1 scale, roughly. Sometimes I go in a little bit, sometimes I move out a little bit because I do want to see things in their context. But I do try to work at a 1-to-1 scale because it's a lot easier on my brain. And anything I can do to make things easier on my brain, which will free me up for other parts of my painting process, then that's what I try to do. All right, I think I'm going to let that one go for now. Maybe I can go in here actually with a very light, I might just try a very light glaze on some of these upper shapes. Again, we'll go back and rework these. I just want to have a little bit of a guide, more than I had on these other two maybe. It might be something that I should have added. But like I said, before we glaze everything and work with that regressive technique, I'm going to go back and put more details in anyway. So let's just see what we can do here. So we're just going to stick with this burnt umber for the next stage as well on all three of these. And we're just going to go back, and this is what I do whether I'm working on a big one or a small one. I just go back and I try to add more and more visual information for myself. So I always liken it to a puzzle, not in the respect that I'm putting things together from one side to the other, but that I'm giving myself a little bit more information each time so that when I do the next pass of paint, I can figure things out. So it's just like when you put a puzzle together, you usually put the border together, maybe some of the easy pieces that you see, and then you build out from there. All right, so I'm gonna let this one dry, and we'll go back to these other two. This was the first one, so this is totally dry now. Should be anyway. Yeah. So we're just gonna scoot back. All right, so we're gonna do another pass, again, just of the brown mixed with the glaze. And just gonna build this out. And again, I use the glaze for a lot of different reasons, but I like being able to see all of the layers of paint. And so when you look at one of my paintings, even though it's really realistic in the end, it has somewhere between 6 and 12 layers of paint on every part of it. So right now we're only on layer 2. 6 and 12 layers of paint roughly on every part of it. And if you look really closely, you can usually see all of them. You can see all of them peeking through one another. And that's what I want. I think that that really helps to add to the complexity of the paint and viewing the piece. It's the difference to me between a bunch of colored sheets of plastic with translucent color on them versus looking at a sheet of construction paper. And I don't want my paintings to look like construction paper. So that is why, or it's one reason why, I really like the glazing. So we're just going to go in and try to darken some of these areas just a little bit more than we had before. Just refine them a little bit more, and then probably on the next pass we will put a glaze over each section and then pull the paint off, and you'll see what I mean when we get there. I'm excited about this series though. We'll see where it goes. All right, so we're just going to keep building this out. This pass I am going to try to remember to go down here with my details like I did on this one over here though. So with this little bit on the cone. So I just kind of want to, if I can, reason I'm working on these simultaneously is, of course, because they're part of the series, but also because I want to try to get the colors to be relatively close to the same throughout the whole piece so that they do look like they match as part of the series. So I don't have to work on them all at the same time. I could try to match them up at the end, but I just think it's going to be better for me. And it also gives them a chance to dry and for me to work in my layers the way I like to. One of the things that you also want to try, that I try to do anyway, is, and I've made the mistake more so when I was starting painting ice cream, but you don't want to start too light. And so, like, if you paint something like vanilla ice cream, right, you would think that you would jump right to a light color. But what I really want to do is put like a darker color back here that's more akin to these kind of mid shadow areas. And then I'm going to bring out the highlights from that. It's a lot easier and a lot more convincing that way rather than trying to do it the reverse way, to try to start with a light color and add shadows. You can do it, and some people do, but I find it much easier for me and my process to instead try to build from the dark to the light. And maybe not even from the dark, more from like the mids to the light, and then I go back and I'll glaze over some shadows in there. But everybody's a little bit different, and I try to say in here that, again, I'm happy to open my door so that y'all can see what I do, and hopefully it's a little bit entertaining, but I don't consider myself a teacher. And so everybody has a different process, and please don't take anything I say as gospel. It's just what I do that works for me. And when I was learning to paint, I came back to painting after a very long time. I never really felt like I came out of college as a very good artist, even though I had a degree in art. So I came back after many, many years, and I learned by reading and um, by asking questions and watching a lot of videos, and a lot of experimentation. Um, so this is what I found works for me, but there's a lot of information that I dismissed that would not have been appropriate for the style of painting that I wanted to do, or even for my personal approach of what I'm comfortable with. And so I hope that you will take that to heart if you're a painter or an aspiring painter, that you can be interested in what other people do, and you can certainly pay attention to it, but you don't have to use everything that we do. You just have to find the parts that seem best for you. All right. So this doesn't look like much again, but if you can see, I'll just move this over here so you can see for a minute. We're starting to get a little bit more refined in this one compared to the other two. So that's the goal, is just to keep moving through, trucking through each one over and over again until we get someplace that looks, that just gives us enough information that we can have all of our shapes built out. That's my goal again. I just want to have all my shapes built out today, so that when I come back to this, I can start to glaze in and really refine my details. So right now I'm just looking for structure. I I will say that I've said before too, I thought that Twitch would be a big distraction for me for making. And again, I've only been doing this for a few weeks, but I do find that for whatever reason, it tends to focus me better to be narrating my process and interacting with y'all when you ask questions or say hello or whatever. And I'm not really sure why, but it does. It's helpful. All right, so we're just gonna keep moving in here. Sometimes painting small, especially painting really detailed, can be tricky um, because I'm a super detailed person, right? And so I can go a little overboard, especially on a small piece. But I want to try to strike that balance with these again so I can try roughly to get these three pieces done in the 50 to 60-ish hour range total that I would estimate, maybe one of my larger pieces would take me, probably around 50. So, I mean, ideally, um, 50 to 60 hours based on size and what this would be sellable for is reasonable. But the tricky thing about art, right, is you have no guarantees. So I could work on this and then I might not actually have a buyer for quite some time. And so that is something I have to be very keenly aware of. Everything that we make is a little bit risky. But the thing is, I think that there does have to be a balance between that and what you feel driven to make in here and what you feel your purpose is. And so I cannot let fear or the market dictate what I sell. I just have to try to work it into my business as best I can. So I want to push the boundaries of what I'm able to do, but I want to be, just reasonably aware that what I do may not sell, or at least not sell for a long time. I will say most of my paintings have sold over the years. I've been very, very fortunate that most of my work has sold. But some of it sits there for a few years before the right person comes along for it. And so that's something that you just kind of have to, again, just be aware of. I did one painting years ago of gaming dice. It was a very complicated piece. I think it was 18 by 24. And it took me a very, very long time to paint. And like almost 2 months, I think. It was a very, very long time. And it is a beautiful piece, but it required a very specific buyer. And it was the longest that I've ever had a painting sit that didn't sell. And it took, I think it was 5 or 6 years. So, you make things with the hope that you will have things find their proper home, but you also have an awareness that things may sit for a while until, and I don't want to say, there's any other reason other than just the right person hasn't found it yet. And that's just a reality. All right, we're doing pretty good on this. On the next pass, I'm feeling okay with it. I feel like if I let this dry in just a bit and I come back to it once I've gone through these other two, then I think I can try my glazing and my regressive technique. I do miss painting small. I've painted a number of pieces that were so big, so gigantic, and they took me so long, and they are really like physically so intense to do. And I do miss my days of being a daily painter and just trying to get, you know, one small piece done every day or two. And, you know, not worrying about these, completing these gigantic, epic, epic paintings. Um, they are beautiful, the big ones that I've done. They're beautiful, and they're certainly very eye-catching, but they are exhausting. And especially for the way I paint, because I don't paint with large brushes. I still paint them like this, even the big ones that I do. And so that becomes very, 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 very challenging. Um, just overall, from a lot of different points of view, a lot of different angles for that. All right, I think real quick, I'm just going to turn this upside down. I haven't done that yet. And I can see I must have just bumped this. So we're going to just try to scrub that off. And I find if you have a mistake that you need to scrub off, there's a few ways to do that. I use medium, that's my preference. If it's too dry for that, I will actually use sandpaper. And so I take a little bit of sandpaper that's folded up into a corner. I dip it in a little bit of water, and I very, very gently, and it's got to be like a very high grit sandpaper that's pretty smooth. But I very, very gently take the wet sandpaper and we'll stand back into that. So I might have to do that just a little bit right here. Maybe I got enough. I'm going to paint over the background with several coats of white anyway, but I think right now that's probably sufficient. Just removing that little stain, because it was definitely from this last pass that I did, and so I didn't have a chance to fully dry on there yet. So I just want to flip this upside down because we talked about this, right? About just trying to see things from a new perspective, and it really does help. Just to see a bit differently, and again, more objectively, because we're not painting an ice cream cone, right? We're not painting 3 small ice cream cones. We're painting a billion different abstract shapes and how they relate to each other. That's pretty good there. Just going to come around this area one more time and just see. Just a bit. And then we'll let this one dry. I do hope if you get a chance that you'll go over to my TikTok and just take a look at my trompe l'oeil pieces in that video, ready for the side views, that I had the typo in. Every time I had a typo, the video went viral. I don't know what was up with that. But But they're a lot of fun to look at. So if you want something that will pick you up and just for a minute and just see something that's a little bit fun, um, they're quite fun, I think. Again, I'm a little partial. Again, if you're sticking with me today, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if it's your first time here, please follow me because I try to be charming. And I'm pretty nice, I think. But anyway, I'm pretty new to Twitch, and it would be really nice. It would make my day if you follow. But I'm here 4 days a week, and I would be painting anyway. And my husband said, why not just open your door up and let people see what you do? So that's what I'm doing. I'm showing you what I do, and hopefully it brings you a little bit of peace from my little cozy corner of the world. And yeah, we just keep it pretty chill here. All right, so I think this is okay for the first pass. Again, we want to let this one dry, and we're trying to work on these three simultaneously so that they all will match at the different stages of the cone. So we're just going to let this one dry and come back to it. We'll switch up with this one now. And I'll flip my phone back around. Again, I use my phone because you could use an iPad or something that's a little more, a little nicer. But I like my phone because, like in this case, where I have these three little panels on here all at the same time, it doesn't take up much space on my easel. And so I just find that that is, for me, a little bit more convenient. Also, if I'm working on a really large one, then I can take the phone and I can put it on a tripod and I can easily move it up and down to accommodate the large painting that I'm working on. So it just works better for me, but everybody has their own preference. And you'll see, I'm sure, for being somebody who is a very realistic painter, I really don't have a very steady hand. And so I compensate for that by often putting my hand where it can be balanced. And so right now, even though I look a little more balanced back here, my elbow is leaning pretty heavily on my palette. So we painters have all these little tricks to keep us looking like we know what we're doing. Well, we're just doing a second pass on this one just to try to refine these shapes just a little bit more. We're going to do it to the third one then, and then we're going to come back and we're going to use the regressive technique and try to glaze over the whole thing and then pull off some of the color. And that probably will be, maybe with the exception of some heavier shadows, that will probably be the end of the initial stage of blocking stuff out. So in that respect, we're actually doing pretty well today because we're less than 2 hours in. And I think that probably around the 2.5 hour mark, that would be my guess, that we should have all the basic shapes satisfactorily blocked in on all three of these. And again, I don't use water when I wipe my paint away. I use my acrylic medium, and that helps to, it's also a lot easier to use. but it also helps to keep everything very structurally sound. So I never worry about my paint being a little too thin um, in terms of its structure. Because acrylic medium, if you think about it, if it's easier to think about it as basically paint that has a slightly different viscosity and has no color to it. And that's really what it is. So I can add as much of this as I want to my painting. And all it does is help to reinforce the structure of the paint. It's one reason why I really just never loved working in oils. I did work in oils briefly, but it's really tricky to um, to work in oils, and I still used a glazing method. I actually would wet sand my oil paint, and that was crazy. But yeah, it's a reason why I never particularly loved oils, because I was always afraid that I was not making the painting as structurally sound as I wanted to make it. Um, and I hated the fuzz. I would get lots of fuzz in my oil paintings, and I still am methodical about fuzz. I really don't like it. And so what I do actually, if I encounter it in my paintings, is I do wet sand it. And so I can't get everything out, but I have some processes in place. I used to be kind of insane about it, where I would go toward the end of my painting process and I would do something called sealing it. And I didn't like to varnish my paintings. I felt like that was just inviting dust, and I still don't, because it's acrylic, and I feel everybody's different, but I feel like I don't have to do that. But I would go to the sealing stage where I would put like a hard coat on the can, and I would put like one of those uh, paint suits on, like house painters use, with the hood and everything over my hair, and try to almost create like a clean room environment, and I still would get fuzz. So I have learned some various methods over the years that help me to minimize that. Um, but I do still, if I encounter anything that's I think visible and detracting from my piece, I do wet sand it out. So you're hard pressed to find anything that's like a big chunk of anything in my paintings. And I think part of the reason that I'm so picky is, the paintings are very smooth. So, there are just lots of thin layers of paint. I just don't want anything in there that's going to detract from the realism. So yeah, I can be real picky about that. So I just want to go in here and just again rough in these shapes a little bit. I'm going to try to kind of remove some of this as I go, because I can see I've gone just a little bit heavy in here, and I really don't want it to be. Just a little bit. It's very easy to get lost in the shapes though, and so I do have to forgive myself to a certain extent and just be like, okay, I will come back and I will figure this stuff out on the next pass. Because if I try to, again, I don't think it's good, and that's not to say that I don't do it sometimes, but I don't think it's good or healthy or useful to beat myself up as I go in a painting. I try to see everything I make as a mark that's going to influence the next mark. And so I don't want to beat myself up thinking that I've screwed something up. Instead, I try to just see it as, what can I do to make this look more beautiful the next time around? I say that, but sometimes I do beat myself up. So it is a do as I say and not as I do. I am much better with it though nowadays, I think. Learn to put things in perspective. I used to see some things that I did as just catastrophic, and the reality is that they are very rarely, if ever, truly catastrophic. Everything can be fixed, and so I just try to keep things in perspective as best I can nowadays. So again, just first pass, just burn umber. That's all in this. I guess second pass. This is the second pass. And then we will start in on the third one after we do this little one over here. So doing all three of these simultaneous because they're sequential. And we'll just see how far we get today. It feels like we're doing pretty good though. We should get pretty far on them. But I like this sequential idea. I like the idea of trying to do things that are a little bit out of the ordinary for myself. So trying to do these sequentially and also trying to do some of the pairings that I think. So again, it's pushing the limits of what I think traditional still life can be, and seeing if I can integrate some of those methods that I used on my more narrative stuff, my more narrative still life in here, in the traditional still life. So we're starting small. Good to start small with the experimental stuff. And this is just burnt umber again. So just one color. We're going to do probably a total of 3 passes. So this is pass number 2 with just the burnt umber. And then we will start to go in and probably do a little bit more shadowy areas. And then that will probably take us to the end of the day, which means we would probably, we'll see. But on Thursday when I come back, then we would start to add the color. But again, I think that collectively we're only in hour 2, or we finished 2 hours on this. I think collectively these 3 little pieces should take around 50 hours to complete. So I was saying I'm hopeful that these 3 pieces collectively will take around 50 hours to complete. So if you think of that, if I speed it up, maybe I'll get really lucky. But if you think of that, that we're only an hour two, or 2 hours in, that we still have a long way to go. But I think we'll make a pretty good dent on these today. So maybe I can be optimistic and say that we can actually get these done faster than what I'm projecting. So that is the trick, actually, watching this on Twitch as opposed to watching this, like in a video compilation on like a social media page. Is you're seeing this in real time, and everything looks so fast on a TikTok or Instagram video, but it takes so much time. So this is a really interesting little thing because I'm an art nerd, right? It's Cupie. Hi. So nice to see you. Cupie is my very first subscriber, and I'm so excited to see her. We put some new emojis in there, Cupie. My husband did them for me. So enjoy, I guess. Um, so welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Did you get to go? You were saying, I think, that you were maybe going to go to a friend's house for the holiday. Is that right? Yes, ice cream. Look, all the little ice creams there. Yay! Those are all my little paintings, or they were my little paintings at some point. So I'm so excited they're working. So we are doing 3 little ice cream paintings today, QP. 3 that we are hoping will tell a sequential story and um, yeah, just be a little bit of fun to put together. So we're skipping the Neapolitan. I did not finish it on Saturday, but we're going to come back to it for right now. So giving my eyes a rest on that one. But I hope you had a wonderful holiday. You did. The neighborhood did their own. Oh, you did your own fireworks show in the neighborhood, longer than we were expecting. Had a great time. I don't drink at all, so it was hilarious. Watching everyone else run around. Just had my probiotic soda. That's very, very nice. Did you do anything fun? I watched a movie, actually. So we don't have really fireworks around here. But I did watch a movie, and I thought it was really good, actually. It was the one with Ryan Gosling, um, and it is called uh, Project Project. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. Um, it's because I'm switching from one mindset to the other. Um, Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary. And actually, it was probably one of the best movies that I've seen. So, in recent years, I really don't watch too many films from like current stuff anymore, but I did enjoy that. So, yes, so that was nice. It was a nice break after all, after a long work day, because I did work on Saturday most of the day. But I'm so glad you got to see fireworks. I got to see so many when we lived in Florida. Oh, you've been wanting to watch that? Yeah, you totally should. I really would. I give it 2 thumbs up. So, um, I think that it really, because the only movies that I've really only watched a few, I would say, in the last few years that I thought were good. But that one was definitely one of them, definitely at the tops. So, and I'm not even like I don't think I've really ever seen too many Ryan Gosling films. A few. I mean, he's always excellent in the one that I've seen, the ones that I've seen. But yeah, it was just a very good movie. I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised that it was such a good movie. Just want to go around this side, and then we'll move over to the third one. There is actually a stop motion animated movie coming out this fall. Oh, the people who made Coraline? Not the studio, but the actual people. Wait, what does that mean? Does that mean, is that Tim Burton? I think it's going to be at least PG-13, so I'm stoked to go see it and support a stop motion movie. Nice. That's very cool. I'm going to have to look that up because I don't know. I've not heard of that. Not heard of that. I dig stop motion though. I really enjoyed all those like old Christmas specials. Oh, the animators. That's very, very cool. I used to watch like all those old Christmas specials with, all the Rudolph and um, what was it? The Year Without a Santa Claus and all those ones that were all the stop motion animation. And even, again, I'm going to show my age, but the California Raisins had a stop motion holiday special that they did that was awesome. And yeah, so I do enjoy myself a good stop motion animation film. I actually did take one animation class in college, and it was a lot of fun. I had dreamed at some point when I was younger that I thought I wanted to actually be an animator. The trailer looks great. It's called Wildwood. Nice. I'm gonna have to look it up. I did dream at one point that I was going to be an animator. I thought that I would be someday, and I did take one animation class. But you grew up on the stop motion holiday movies, absolute faves. Your mom raised you with the good movies. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Those are the good ones. Um, yeah, I don't know. They're a lot of fun. I just think they're beautiful. I think that's part of the appeal, and maybe again why I like these really bright colors in a lot of my paintings, not in these ones yet, but we'll get there. Um, but yeah, I really love the stop motion pieces. I actually have these little statues. I think that they were like a limited edition or something. I broke part of one, but it was like these four parts, four statues that all connect together for Rudolph. And it's like one of my favorite Christmas decorations. so so yeah, it's really colorful, and I don't know, just a lot of fun. Um, but that's so neat. I'm so pleased to hear that they're still sticking with some traditional animation techniques, because I always get really disappointed with so much computer animation. Like I used to, it's so hard. You did an animation unit in school. Holy moly, people are insanely talented. I agree. I agree. Um, Mine was very stilted. And so I think I ultimately was not great at it. Maybe if I'd taken more, I would have learned. But yeah, I think there's people who are really blessed with a skill to be able to do that. And yeah, but it was enjoyable. I still enjoyed taking the course. So but I'm so relieved to know that there's actually still traditional animators out there that are making real stuff, because I really, my favorite films, like from the Disney era, I liked, like Beauty and the Beast and Aladdin, and Little Mermaid was groundbreaking at the time, and all those hand-drawn animation things. And then when they started to move into the ones that were, I think the last one was The Princess and the Frog, right? I think that was the last hand-drawn one. And then after that, they started to do the computer animation, and it was so disappointing to me. It looked so. I mean, I guess you're maybe I just sound like an old fuddy-duddy saying that. Happy to know about traditional animation too. That's why I'm so excited to be able to support it in theaters. That's very, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. I just don't really love. I like once they stopped doing the traditional animation for like the Disney movies, I really kind of stopped watching them. So, and I watched even, like, and it's not to say that I loved all of them equally, but I actually really loved The Hunchback, The Hunchback of Notre Dame. which is a kind of a dark Disney film. It's pretty depressing actually, but I really love that one. Maybe part of the reason is because I used to actually work at that theater when they had that musical at the studios. But the studio behind it, independent stop motion animation, but it's made up of people who were from the Coraline film. That's what they decided to do, to branch off to do their own thing. I assume, from what you said. I think that's very, very cool. That's very, very cool. But yeah, I loved all that traditional animation stuff, and it took me. I think I was so staunchly opposed. That's not to say it's all bad, but I was so staunchly opposed to watching any of the later Disney films that were not hand drawn. I think it took me, I don't know. When did the first Frozen movie come out? Because I only saw it like a few years ago. And all of the other Disney films I would see, all the hand drawn ones I would see like right away. But it took me a very long time to even get to see that. And that's not to say I think Frozen's a very good film. I do. I think Frozen's very good, but I just don't love, I just wish everything was hand drawn. Is that too much to ask? I just want to see everything hand drawn. Um, I just think it has so much life in it when it's hand drawn, and I really don't like computer animation. So, if anybody's just stopping in and they didn't see, Cuply just said there is a movie coming out this fall that is a stop motion animation film. So go support it in your theaters because we want to support traditional arts, right? Everybody needs to support the traditional arts and the other artists who do stuff like that, because that's a bold thing to do. That's a bold undertaking because it's not cheap to create something like that, I am sure. And so people, you have to support people who have creative visions, and try to preserve traditional arts whenever you can. They did do Coraline, but you have to look into it as well. Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, it's probably a few people from that and a few people from other things as well. But that's really neat. That's really neat to know. All right, so we're just gonna do, this is the second pass on this one. And again, we're doing all three of these. And we're working on them all simultaneously so that they tell a story. Full ice cream, mid ice cream, mostly eaten ice cream. So just a very simple narrative, because there is the concept that all still life is narrative in some way. Uh, I believe the other coming to theaters is traditional as well. Oh, there's another one that's coming to theaters that's also traditional animation. I wonder if there's like a backlash to um, all the computer animation, like just from a support kind of point of view. Is it a drumstick or did you recreate it perfectly? It is a drumstick, but I was mentioning earlier, I'm not going to call it a drumstick, because I'm going to call it a sundae cone. I did actually recreate one years ago and painted one that way that I made myself. That was just, I'll call that a sundae cone too. But but yes, I try very hard to avoid using brand names now because I've had a couple issues with that kind of thing. So we're just gonna call it a sundae cone. So so yeah, we're just gonna go over this, and then we'll come back to this initial one that we did. And what we're gonna do for the next stage is we're gonna put a glaze into it, and and then try to remove some of the paint. So it's pretty dry right now, but yeah, and then after that, we will start to really go into all of the details. But the glaze is going to help me to be able to kind of block out, especially like the nuts and a little bit on the cone, without actually having to go in and work too tiny on everything. So we're just going to put the glaze on and wipe it away on the next stage of this. yeah, I don't know what's up with, you know, like I said, we're gonna call we're gonna call it a Sunday cone. So we'll just go in a little bit at a time just to refine the shapes. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yes. So that's one reason why I actually don't. I try to refrain too from painting anything that is too um, truly too identifiable. Like I used to paint some things, you know, that were like candy bars and stuff like that. And that's not to say that I can't do that again, but I'm very aware that it gets a bit trepidatious if I try to like make a print of it. So you can kind of, the rules are roughly, you know, you can really paint anything that you want, but you don't want to cross a line where it gets mistaken for being marketing materials for someone in particular, for some product in particular. And so um, it's one reason why I try to create everything myself, because I don't want to get mixed up in that, since I do make prints of some of my stuff. All right, so we're just going to go in here. And again, when we come back to this, we will try to use the regressive technique. And then I think after that, I'll actually go in and do some heavier shadows on some of this. So Cutie, it just hit me that you are experienced as a dancer, but you also took an animation class. I think that's very interesting. So what was the reason that you took an animation class? Or it's just, I know you have an interest in the arts and you're doing some of your other projects you said you were experimenting with. But I think that's really interesting to me. All right, so we're just going to go in here and just try to define some of these shapes just a little bit better than we did on the first pass. And I'm going to flip this upside down in a second so that we can see a little more objectively. And you know what? I don't know. I might. Well, no. We'll stick with the plan. Because you know, I narrate this stuff just as stuff comes to me, and sometimes I can be a little indecisive because there's not an exact science to this. So we'll stick with the original plan. We're going to just flip this upside down and double check our shapes, because we'll see them more objectively that way. All right, so I'm just going to flip this upside down. And we'll just take another look. This is definitely one where I'm going to have to come in with some very heavy shadows. Let me just see what QP says here. In high school, I was on the dance team. In concert choir, took every art class. My gosh, you sound like me. I wasn't on the dance team, but I did all this other stuff. My school had to offer, and you did guitar classes as well. I also did dance outside of school, your whole life, and did art. Uh, let me see, I lost it. I have this command center in front of me, and sometimes I lose my place. Your dad is a photographer with an MA in fine arts. Your mom is also an artist and went to college for a few semesters. Oh my gosh, so you just come with a lot of artsy experience in your family. That's amazing and wonderful. Your dad was the photographer for the local paper almost your whole life, got a camera and encouraged me to take photos. Nice. Oh, so you really do come by this honestly then. Yeah, you have a very broad interest in the arts, and I totally understand that. I don't know if you were in here when I mentioned this, but I used to do a lot of musical theater when I was young, and I took voice lessons for a number of years, and I did take piano for, so I have a big piano sitting over here. I did take guitar when I was very young, but I wasn't very good at it. He stopped working there and is figuring out what to do with his photography now. Nice. Nice. What kind of photography is he drawn to, do you feel? Oh, you also did a few plays as well. um, that's really neat. We are kindred spirits there, QPs. um, yeah, I almost, I considered a double major actually in music and art. And then I was kind of discouraged from the first school that I went to because I went to a few different colleges. And the first school that I went to, I was a little discouraged from trying to do both because they just said it would be a tremendous undertaking. And I so I did opt for studying art, and I'm glad that I did. I still do my music, but very rarely. And but it's something that I'm very happy that I did, happy that I studied. I would say that most of his recent stuff is mountains and a lot of nature. He also did portraits and street photography, and he told me he recently he misses it. The street photography and the portraits, is that what you mean? That he misses that part? I think that's really wonderful, and you're very, very lucky to have come from an artsy family. That's really amazing because most people are not so fortunate, and I was really the only artist in my family, visual artist. I have a niece who studies dance now and are going to be going to school to study dance, and my nephew is in school to study film. So that generation, they came along and started going back to the creative stuff, but street photography mostly. He was showing me a bunch of photos he took in college and was missing it. Nice. That's nice. Well, it sounds like that is definitely something that he should experiment with and play around with. If you miss it that much, you know, then then that's saying something, I think. So I hope that he finds a way. I hope he finds a way to do the things that he wants to do. Do you still take photos too? You said that he encouraged you to get a camera. And like I said, when I was painting, when I started to learn to paint, let's see, definitely it kind of shaped me big time. It's kind of hard to describe my parents. They're both very unique in their own ways, but I am perfectly me. That's really wonderful. That's very wonderful. I like that a lot. When I was trying to figure out, years ago when I was still working at the art magazine, and I decided that I wanted to paint. And I said that I made a folder, and it was both a physical folder, and then I believe I had a digital backup, but I still actually have it. And so what I would do is just keep collecting images of all the art that I really loved, and then try to figure out, well, is this something that I really love because I want to do it, or is this just me appreciating what someone else has made? And so, I think as an artist, you can have both. But I eventually, whittled it down over time to see, and after some experimentation, to see what it was that I wanted to do. Um, and it did end up being that I was mostly attracted to food artists. So that was just my thing. I just that was what I wanted to learn to paint. Even the early oil paintings that I did, they were concession stands, so they had people in them, but they were, that. So it's a good way to help you to kind of figure out, what it is that you're truly passionate about, I guess. That evolves over time. But that's amazing that you came from such a broad, wonderful artistic background, and that you've been encouraged in so many ways to integrate it into your life. You do mostly on your iPhone now. You still have the little point and shoot he got me, and the Polaroid, which is your favorite. That's funny. Um, Yeah, the old cameras are they're pretty funny. I when I was taking my college photography courses, which I was never a great photographer, um, but uh, but yeah, it was the old school, developing film in the chemicals, and I had chemicals that I would take at home. Excuse me, just one second, I'll be right back. Sorry. Um, yeah, so it's a very complicated process, but I do love a lot of photography, and I am very much in admiration of people who can do it well. It was just not something that I really ever excelled at, but um, but I think that's really wonderful that you have such a broad experience, I guess, or broad experiences with so many different types of art, so many different forms of art. So everybody, if you haven't been here before, welcome, and you are welcome to share what kind of art you make as well. So I know there's going to be an ad in a second, but please come back and share. Tell me what you make. I love to hear it. You love them all, which makes it hard to master one. I totally understand. Yeah. And I will say, I think that's something that all artists go through, or at least I'll say it's something I went through. So you want to do everything. And, there's that quote that I say even now, because I have lots of things that I would love to paint. Um, but, and that's even within my narrow scape. But that quote from Norman Rockwell, I'll never have enough time to paint all the things I'd like to. So it's very hard to whittle things down, figure out what you want to do, and then figure it out from there, what you want to do within that particular field. But I think you're so young that it's good for you to be trying them all and just seeing what feels the most comfortable for you. And, you know, you will eventually. I interviewed an artist years ago. I don't remember if I said this while you were in here the other day or not, but there was an artist named Kent Williams, and he's a brilliant painter. And he said that, he was talking about style and how it's something that evolves naturally. And I think it's just interesting to know that this is a process that everybody goes through. All creative people go through it. Nobody just walks out of college and just goes, here is my style. This is what I want to do, and I'm going to have great success with it. Um, so So yeah, it's definitely good for you to be doing what you're doing and trying a bunch of different things. And I know that eventually you will. Uh, it's not even to say that you dismiss one, but just that you'll click maybe a little bit more with one than another. Like I still love the rare occasions when I get to play the piano, but um, but I'm very glad I didn't choose it as a profession. You've always felt insecure because you don't have a specific style. Everyone seems to think I do have somewhat of a style, but I don't believe that. Well, that's okay. I think that, again, that will evolve for you over time. And, I have a painting methodology that I have now, but I would say my voice as a painter is just at a point. And I've been a painter for 12-ish years. But I would say it's just at a point now where maybe, maybe you can be able to see one of my paintings and know that it's something from me. Um, I guess that was always the goal that should always be a goal, I suppose. That if you can get to a point where people can see that it's from you without you again trying to implement any, weird, cheesy devices or anything. It's your perspective of the world, but that just takes time. And I don't think that, it probably will take a whole lifetime. That's probably depressing. But I don't think you should feel insecure about it. I just think you should know that we all go through that. So, like I said, the pieces that I made last year are probably the most, or at the beginning of this year and the end of last year. Those are the most authentic to me in terms of my artistic voice. And so I try, even when I'm not painting from that body of work, when I do this, I am trying to, you know, understand some of the things that made that work so unique. And so yeah, it'll get there. It'll get there, but it just takes time. So don't be discouraged. Just keep trying all those things that you love. And I do think that a lot of people rush into something too quick, too early in their careers, and then it pigeonholes them. And I don't think that creatively that's a lot of fun. And I say that, knowing that I have a client base that follows a particular style of work, but then I have an evolving client base that follows my other work as well. Once you started talking to artists online, you realized everyone thinks similar thoughts. Yes, comforting in a way. I agree. I agree. We all have the same struggles, no matter what marketing face we put on. I think that we all go through the same thing, you know? So it definitely, uh, I want to say it gets better over time. I think it does. But yes, it's good to just experiment with lots of different things, especially when you're young. And there's a difference too sometimes between something that you love and something that you want to do as a job. And so that can be kind of a hard question to ask yourself too, is like, so I will say for me, um, you know, do I love playing the piano? Sure, but would I want to do it as a job? When I was young, I would have thought maybe, but now that I'm older, I'm glad that I didn't, for a lot of reasons. So like that was a choice that I made. It also helps to keep things. Some people don't want to do certain things as a job because it takes the magic out of it for them if they're forced to do it as a job. So, you just have to figure out what's right for you. And here's what I'm going to do here. We talked about this. I'm going to put glaze on this. We're going to go over this area again. Very true. Jobs are so hard for me. I can't really see myself doing anything besides creating. You just have an office job now, super small company. It's usually just me in the office. I had a job like that when I did real estate years ago because I sold like a little community. that was being built, and I was pretty much the only person there most of the time, which is not such a terrible thing. But you know, but I understand. I understand. Yeah, I did. I liked it that way too. I would very rarely see people, and that was my preference. So I totally understand that. Um, yeah, I think that, well, I will say when I did that back then, I started taking some extra classes. So that was when I was taking classes for like interior architecture and design. I guess I felt like it was sort of related to the work that I was doing, and it was sort of creative. So it was nice for me to bring that work with me to my work and then be able to do that while nobody else was around. Um, so I totally understand. I totally understand that. I liked working at the magazine. That was a very creative job. Um, but I will say that, sometimes when you take a creative job, it does it does sap your creative energies for other things. So, that was probably, my most enjoyable job, working at the magazine. But the time when I was the least creative, as far as, like a painter, until the end when I decided I was going to commit to it. You draw on your iPad at work sometimes. Nice. That's a nice thing to be able to do there. Um, I'm just going to put this all over this, and then I'm going to take some of it off. Yeah, I think you are doing exactly the right thing. And so, somebody asked me the other day, things that you would tell yourself when you were young. And there were a lot of things, if you were going to pursue the arts. This is going to be such a great trio. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. We'll see. We'll see how it comes along. But I think that you're doing exactly the right thing. Figuring out your bearings, still practicing, all your various forms of art, and you will get there. And you can keep looking for, whatever opportunities come up for you at the time. Like, so when I was doing these other jobs, I would occasionally pick up other projects. Yeah, of course. Like I remember I did a wall mural for someone. I remember I did, like an event where I drew pet portraits, and, just random things that I felt were, to help satisfy that creative itch and make a little bit of income on the side. So, and then you kind of realize, like, after you do some of them, like, well, I really don't want to be a mural artist, but it was nice that I had the opportunity. And I can draw pets, sure, but that's really probably not what I want to do. So, you just experiment with things until you figure out. But I really would say the folder thing, that's like the biggest, just looking at so much art, when I was at that job, and then creating a folder for myself where I narrowed things down over time visually. It's a little bit different for you if you're deciding between something in the visual arts and something in the performing arts, I realize. But as far as the visual arts go, just having something where you're kind of visually considering all of these things and questioning why you like them, and what you don't like about certain pieces. It just helps to refine your voice, and your perspective, I think. So, but I do definitely think that you're doing the right thing. All right. So we're just going to go in here. We're just kind of cleaning this up. So I'm putting a little bit of a glaze on this, and then I'm taking a little bit off in certain areas to help me just start to build out my shapes a little bit better. I thought for a long time I didn't like the color, but it turns out I was wrong. Well, this is just the first coat, well, the first few coats, I guess, and then we will get into the color part. But I appreciate it. It's just a start. um, yeah, it's always hard to see where things going, but I promise I have a master plan. So, what kind of art does your mom make? You said she had a background as an artist too. Oh, you didn't like color. Oh, you mean like general color. Oh, not my color. Okay. Oh, this turns out you were wrong. You do like working in color. I see. I see. I gotcha. Yeah, I will say, well, just kind of bringing that back to this, in the beginning when I started painting, um, I made everything look kind of like this. Everything was brown. And like for a lot of my paintings, I even to the point where I had the backgrounds as brown. And my husband was the one who told me I should start, he's like, everything you make is brown, but put some color in there. And that was very hard for me to do because even back then, like I always wore black. Like I always wore black to work. I guess that was like a business thing. I had a hard time with it. But then, like last year, I would say, or again, the beginning of this year, when I was doing that other body of work, that's incredibly intense colors. Like everything, it was totally the opposite of what I ever did before. And so, yeah, it took me years to get there, but to learn how much I liked having actual color in my pieces. So, so yeah, that also took him nudging me a lot to do that, though. All right, so we're just putting some glaze on and then taking it off. She draws and paints, not as often, not super often that she makes art. She did a mural with the past couple years in a store. Nice, nice. It's again so nice to have such a creative family. Um, it just probably colors the whole perspective of the household, I would think. And we're just going to glaze over all these areas and then let this dry and come back to it. And what I'm going to do even here is again just put this down. I can still see all these marks underneath here that I've done, but when I glaze over it, but I'm going to go in and just pull some of this color off while it's still wet. Never knew a world without art of all kinds. It is something special, but now I get to share it with the world. Nice. That's such a nice perspective. That's really wonderful. Do you have siblings, or is it just, or were you an only child with your parents? Just curious. I have one sister, but I would say she enjoys artistic things, but she never particularly was drawn, to anything like. She was a much more social person than me, I guess. Her strengths were in her sociability, and but like I said, her kids, one of them is pursuing film and one of them is pursuing dance, and so I know that they were kind of brought up with that appreciation. I like to also think I had a little influence on that, but that might be a little naive on my part. So I'm just going in, I'm taking a little bit of this glaze off, if you can see, with a little bit of extra glazing medium, and it's helping me to define just a little bit of these very complicated shapes without having to go in and paint them all. So I try to take, some simpler steps when I can. I'm still going to have to go in with some very detailed stuff um, in a bit, but for this stage, this is very helpful. And I just want to, the trick is just to try to do it before it dries. Just gonna scroll back up and see what you said here. You have a younger half brother from my mom. He's about 8 years younger than me. Just about to get his license. We both went to our dad's half the week and spent half the week together at my mom's. He's definitely more of a country boy because our grandpa is a farmer. Nice. He did spray paint me a beautiful picture. It's some planets in space. I requested he make me another one sometime. Nice. Nice. So still artistic genes, but a little bit different. And as a country girl myself, I grew up in a very small town that had less than 3,000 people in it. And we took about a 15 to 20-minute ride to my high school on the bus through the hillsides in the country and passed a lot of cows along the way. And so as somebody who grew up in that area, and I totally appreciate the country lifestyle and the farmers along the way. Yeah, that was a very normal thing for me to see. I do miss, and when I did that one painting, that's just about the only art he's done, but he did such a great job with it. Well, it must have sunk in if he did a great job with it. That's really neat. Um, when I painted that one piece last year that I called the Daydreamer, that was like a giant cookie horse in front of a gingerbread barn. My ride to school was about 45 minutes on the bus. Oh my gosh. I grew up in Washington Valley in New Hampshire, but our mom is from Rhode Island where my grandpa is now. Nice. Nice. 45 minutes. Holy moly. That's long. Jeez. Um, so yeah, there's a picture of me somewhere on my blog that I shared that was me with my sister, and we were visiting a horse at a local farm, and that was part of what inspired that painting for me. But when I painted it, I painted this gingerbread barn that had this bright red frosting. One of the first ones on and off and the last off, unfortunately. The only time when my bus ride would become that long is if I was staying for like an after school activity. And then, yeah, then it could be really long because I was, because we were far away and they only had like one bus to take us all home. But yeah, as a regular occurrence, that 45 minutes, that's a lot. That's a lot. That means you'd have to get up super early for school. My goodness. Um, but when I painted that gingerbread barn, and you can go look at that on my website sometime, um, but I tried very hard to get this kind of glowing red that I remember the barns in my area getting when the sun would set. That was what I was going for with that. And so I tried to emulate, kind of what the lighting would be there. So that is something that I do miss, is the lovely red barns of the countryside when the light hits them just right. For anybody who's new, welcome. My name is Kim, and I paint here 4 days a week. I paint a lot more off stream as well. Hey there, Willow. Willow is back. We had 7 different towns that went to my high school. Wow. Yeah, I think we had five different like elementary schools, and then they all came together. But you topped me. So you must have been a little more country than me. The cookie paintings just blow my mind. Aw, thanks. For anybody who just heard Cupid, go check out my cookie paintings on my website because I think they're pretty awesome. Um, yeah, um, when I did those, I did try to emulate some of the lighting and stuff that I thought would be appropriate for those particular scenes. But yeah, I did love that. I did love doing that one with the red gingerbread barn. That was a lot of fun. A lot of paint glazes for that one. Aw, thanks very much, Cupie. I appreciate you sharing my website. And Willow, you got a cat going for me. Thank you. She always knows that I love the cats. All right. So we're going to do the same thing over this cone. We're going to put some glaze down and then take some of it back. One thing that I would actually love to paint someday with my cookie series is I wanted to try to capture a little bit of the small town festivals because they were these kind of weird, kind of weird but beautiful things that would happen. And you know, I did do that little painting a few weeks ago that was a little hot air balloon, just a little cookie hot air balloon with a pretzel basket. So it was one of my foodscape paintings, and a frosted sky. And so that was really nice. But I actually wanted to do at some point just something that showed some of these festival things, because where I grew up in that little town, we actually grew up right next door. Our house was essentially within the town festival. And so I could hear, they had a big stage set up outside on the street. And so the festival would usually last 3 days. And I'm such a small town girl, but the festival would last 3 days. And I could hear the music from the stage in my bedroom window. And it was September every year, and so it was nice and cool. And I would, yeah, like drift off to sleep over the weekends, just listening to that. And there were fair rides and lots of food booths and lots of vendors and even a petting zoo in somebody's yard, which is crazy. A little petting zoo. And so all of these little kind of small town memories that kind of helped to shape me, I guess. Can I just tell you a weird thing? I don't think I've ever shared this, but and I hope to God they don't do this anymore anywhere in the world, because I'm such an animal lover and I think it's probably not good, but that's so fun. Do you know that the festivals were really fun. I really enjoyed them, actually. But our little town had something that when I was very young, they had something called donkey basketball. No, but it's close to the pig scramble. It was donkey basketball. So our house was here, and then there's the park that had a big basketball court, and that was mostly where the festival took place. And then on the other side was the gymnasium that was for the old high school when donkey basketball. And so I remember going to these games when I was young, and they would have various, groups that would participate in them. And essentially what it was they had each team rode donkeys the whole time for the game. And so, yeah, I just have these very vague memories of it. It's probably from when I was like 6, 7, 8 years old, something like that. But I'm pretty sure my dad participated in one year. And yeah, I'm really hoping they don't do that anymore anywhere. But such a weird, sometimes I tell my husband stories like of my small town, and he thinks I grew up on like Pluto because it's so strange. That is actually crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. The only real memories I have of it, I know they stopped doing it once they replaced the gym floor, so it must have taken its toll on the gym floor. And I know that there was a lot of poop. I know there was a lot of poop that they had to clean up. Um, but yeah, so I tell him like weird little things, and he really thinks that this is like a really strange. It was just normal for me, right? It was just normal life. But like another thing that I always thought was lovely, and I can't understand why more people don't do this, is for Halloween we had this big Halloween parade every year, and so I loved to make costumes for Halloween. And so I did all kinds of crazy costumes. Like I made myself a big bird costume one year. I built that had like a long neck, and it had hundreds of pieces of yellow tissue that I cut up, and it had a ball for his head sitting on top of this big post in a big box. And so it was this very complicated thing. So I really went all out for Halloween. But we had a parade every year downtown, and it was like a big deal. Um, and you would march down the parade, down the hillside. There was a judging stand down at the bottom, and you would turn around for the judges, and then you would go into the fire department, and they would give you a cookie and a 50-cent piece. You love intricate Halloween costumes, then yeah, you would have again been a kindred spirit for that, because I made a lot of them. And so you get a 50-cent piece and a cookie, and then you would go trick or treating. And so you went trick or treating on a Saturday, not on Halloween. You went on whatever the Saturday was before Halloween. They still do it this way in this town, by the way, and in broad daylight. And so everybody would go in one line down all of the weave down through all of the neighborhoods, and then you had to be back at home. Yeah. Always a Saturday. Yeah, always a Saturday in the middle of the day. So again, the parade's like in the morning ish, I think, and then you would go through, like around probably noon, and you would be able to trick or treat up until 6 o'clock. And 6 o'clock you had to be back, and the church bells would chime, and that's how you knew you had to be back home for the curfew. So, and I think maybe the fire department actually used to have a siren too. We did actually have a curfew for a long time that was a fire department siren, but yeah. Sadly, where I am now, it seemed to turn mostly into those trunk of treat things. I love trick or treating. Last time I was 17. Yeah, I went till I was like around that age as well. So, and I thought it was lovely. But there's things that like there was one lady. These are things you can't do anymore. Uh, what is trunk or treat? I don't know what that means. So, um, there was a lady in town who used to set up, and this probably also speaks to my cookie decorating thing, but she actually used to set up a table on the front porch that was for decorating cookies for Halloween. You would decorate your own cookie, and yeah, it was like a kind of like a buffet for cookie decorating. So they just park in the school parking lot. What? That's lazy. What is that? That's crazy. Yeah, that's disappointing, because I feel like it used to be such a magical thing. Yeah, I've never I've never heard of that. Um, so lame. We used to have houses set up with full haunted experiences. Yeah, right. That's crazy. Yeah, we used to have different events. I think there were like hay rides in the town sometimes, or sometimes they would have things that you could go to just right outside the town. Um, and like just fall festival type things. So that's really sad. Trunk or treat. You got to look for a corn maze this year. I think I went to one when I was young. Um, Yeah, but I don't like I barely remember it, so I must not have been very old. But I do remember hay rides. We did used to go on hay rides somewhere. That's really fun. It's the best. We had a farm in town that did one every year and made kettle corn and apple cider. Nice. That's cool. I haven't had like homemade apple cider in decades. So, um, one time I remember I went to a friend's house in like high school and we made it. She was having like a party of some kind and we actually made apple cider. But yeah, I miss those kind of things. I'm pretty sure we used to go outside of town for the hay rides, but I do believe that one year they actually brought them into town as well for like a fall festival. But you know that town festival that I mentioned, they don't actually even do that anymore. They have like a one day event and it's not very well attended. And it's so sad to me because they used to have um, you know, it was a pretty big deal. Had, games and stuff. I love apple cider and cider donuts. Oh, you can't have gluten. Yeah. I don't actually eat gluten either, even though I paint all these sweets. So it's one reason why I'm not particularly tempted to eat like all the cookie models that I do. I just don't. I don't even know if. I'll just say I feel better when I don't eat it. Yeah. Yeah, it's so sad about the town. They're not doing that anymore. I mean, I like they do a little thing, but it's not very much. But that happens. That happens a lot. And I think people are, lots of things have changed. So, but there are things like that I do, again, my husband always thinks that when we first went on our first date, my husband and I, because he was my trainer at Disney World, and when we went on our first date, he took me to Red Lobster, and I got a plate of crab legs, which is embarrassing to admit, but and I was like cracking them all over the place, which I thought was really funny, but but it was, because I didn't have a lot of restaurants that I had gone to. So I was like, I'm going to get, I'm going to get myself some crab legs. And I offered to pay for them, but, he ended up paying. And, but I learned later, that's right. I learned later that he loved the movie Splash, um, with, uh, with Tom Hanks and, I don't remember, what is the girl's name? Daryl Hannah. And so now he's for all these years called me his Splash. I was his girl from under the sea who didn't know anything about the real world because I grew up in this weird little town and I ate crab legs on my first date with him. So yeah, it's okay. It became our special our special thing. That's right. He says sometimes he'll say to me when I tell him a story, he's like, "Will you take me to your underground city or your under the sea city?" Um, because yeah, sometimes my stories are a little ridiculous. All right, so I think that we're gonna go back to this last one here, and we're gonna do the same thing where we're gonna glaze into it and then kind of pull stuff off. And then we can start to go in with just some little darker areas and really start to refine these a bit more. So we will do that. All right, so what I'm going to do is just, this is a complicated area. So I'm just going to glaze over this whole section of nuts here. And we're going to do this section by section because I want to make sure I can remove some of the paint before it dries. My partner's from the city I'm in now, and he definitely looks at me like I'm crazy with some of my stories too. Worse, because in down south now, telling him people rode snowmobiles to school was a trip for him. Yeah, totally, totally understand that. That's very funny. Well, it's nice to know I'm not the only one with my crazy living in the small town country stories. All right, so I'm gonna go in here and I'm just gonna pull off strategically some of this paint and then we'll just move on to the next section. So I don't want to go everywhere, not on every nut, just goes both ways though. My jaw dropped when he told me his high school had 4,000 students. I know, right? Yeah, those things. My husband ended up going to a smaller school, a smaller private school, but the local public school up here, um, yeah, it has like that. It's like thousands of students. So I can't even imagine that. I think we had 1,000 students at our school, and so I can't even imagine being in a high school that big. Um, Even my college, so I went to the University of Central Florida for my last couple years of college when I lived in Florida. And and when I went there at the time, it was like, I don't know, maybe 15 to 20,000 students, and I think it's somewhere around like 60 to 80,000 now. It's huge. So that's hard for me to envision that that school got so big so fast. It's not really fast. I guess it's a couple decades, but it seems fast to me. Yeah, I know it's huge, right? Yeah, I don't know how you, like, I always felt like it was just kind of a nice, the first couple colleges that I went to, because I went to three, um, before I moved, well, three in total, two before I moved to Florida. And they were very, very small, you know, like 5 to 12,000 for the first two schools. And so I thought UCF was huge by the time I went there. But to see, and I don't understand how it works because I had such trouble parking back in those days. Like I would wait in the parking lot because I commuted, and I would wait in the parking lot for like long periods of time waiting for someone to leave. And now they have, you know, like 4, 5, 6 times as many students. So I hope they added lots more parking. I assume they did. But but yeah, it doesn't seem like it would, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it would be as enjoyable in that size. One of like 5 high schools in the area too. It's nuts. Yeah, that's crazy. That was so big. The college near you has horrible parking issues. Basically can't go, can't get a spot. Yeah, that's what we would have to like. We would hover with the car at the end of the parking lot and just wait. And you would creep around and follow someone back to their car so that you could try to take their spot. But then they weren't always like leaving. So it was not fun. It was not fun to do that. All right, we're just going to go over this whole section again with the glaze and then just work our way back through. You're like, I'm not creepy, I swear. I know, right? Like creeping up on people with my car, thinking I can take their spot. But you know, I wasn't the only one. So it was, uh, it was just not fun. It was just like added, like it's stressful enough to try to like sometimes you would be late to classes, and like my art teachers would lock the door if you were late. And so you would like panic, like, because if you're not there early enough to find a parking spot and you're out there driving around for an hour, then you could get locked out of the class. That really sucked. The couple semesters you did was online. Oh yeah, so that's good. I yeah, my master's degree I got online actually, and then some of the extra classes that I took later on I did online. So my master's degree was from the Savannah College of Art and Design, and I have a master's in arts administration, but I did that partly because I was working while I was doing it. But everybody warned me against, the online learning experience. But I felt like it was actually very conducive to the way I learned. I thought I learned more on there than I did when I was in person in classes. So you graduated high school a year early because of online. Yeah, I would agree. I think that's great actually that you graduated a year early. I don't, maybe today it's different, maybe people's perspectives are different. I think people were just afraid of it back then. Again, I show my age because they didn't understand it. Um, it wasn't that long ago that I did that, maybe like 10 to 15 years ago, I guess. But but yeah, I just feel like the online learning experience, it was a lot better for me than in person. I did not enjoy being in school. Everyone said I would regret graduation early. That's 6 years later. You have no regrets, huh? Yeah, I understand. I understand. There's nice things about, some of it, and there's some terrible things about some of it too. I, um, I totally understand. No regrets. That's the way it should be. I can't imagine doing it nowadays, honestly. I think if I was to have access to online classes today versus you know, the choice to go to school, I think I would choose online classes. I was even 2020 grad, so we lost all of our senior experience and you don't regret it. Yeah, that's funny. That's totally understandable though. The only thing that was really sad was not being able to miss your senior dance solo. I missed choreography and dancing for sure. Yeah, I mean that honestly. So I did the choral program too, and I did the musicals in school, and that would have been the only part that I really, I suppose, would have missed out on. That I would have missed not being in the plays. So yeah, I mean, there were some people that I spent time with. We did a lot of like field trips and stuff like that. I guess that kind of stuff that I would have missed, but there's a lot of it where I think that I probably would have just learned more if I got to do it on my own. So I totally understand. Totally understand. We got a cool grad though. Took the chairlift up one of the ski mountains. What? That's crazy. What state was that in? Was that New Hampshire too? That's crazy. That's pretty crazy. Well, that is definitely a unique experience. We made the news. Were you the first class to do that then? That's very funny. That's very, very cute. We got to bring 4 family members, and that was it. Nice. That's really funny. All right, we're just gonna take a little bit of this off, this glaze. That's really funny. Do you miss living up north? Because now you don't live there, right? You're in South Carolina, I think you said. I've never actually been skiing. I did go to one ski resort once for something, but I did not ski. Small town ski, a small tourist ski town, great opportunities. Elementary school goes and skis 1 day every week in the winter for free. What? That's crazy. That's unique. That's very unique. I think I'd fall. I think I would fall down. I went ice skating a few times and I did not do well with it. So I miss skiing and family. I do not miss the cold, snowy winters. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Cold, snowy winters. And it is a little bit intense. And I think I mentioned this before, but last year we froze over so bad and it was freezing and melting and freezing and melting, and I fell on the ice and shattered this wrist and had surgery in the middle of winter. It was not fun. It was incredibly painful, and I am a cyborg now because I have lots of metal pieces holding me together in there. So, yeah, I do not. Snow is beautiful, but harsh winters are terrible. See? Yeah, it was just I went outside, for like 2 seconds. I was worried about a package delivery, and I thought I'm just gonna put something down so that the delivery person doesn't fall. And it was like there was not even a second. I just went straight down, and don't ever do this for anybody who's listening. My hand was in my pocket because it was really, really cold. And so that's what happened. My hand was in a fist in my pocket, and I went right down on it. And yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun. So if you, I am try to be much more careful now in the winter. My mom fell cross country skiing in the woods behind her house and broke her leg with no phone. How the heck did she get rescued? Or did she hop her way back home? Good tip, not know. Yeah, don't ever put your hands in your pockets when you're walking around in the snow and ice. Um, Apparently people know that, but I didn't. Um, so yeah, that is a life-saving tip, I guess, or at least it will spare you the pain that I endured. Um, it was terrible. It was not fun. It was like 12 hours in the ER and surgery, and I don't know. There's there's pictures somewhere on my Bite Me Medusa is rating me. There's pictures somewhere on my social media. I had 30 staples in my arm holding my holding me together, and there's still lots of metal in me holding me together. So, not fun. Bite Me Medusa, thank you so much. That is so kind. I appreciate it. And let me see here. She freaked out, called herself a crazy lady. She can't tell me my anxiety about her is ever wrong again. Yes. Bite Me Medusa, thank you so much. Hi, how are you? It's so nice to see you again. You are in follower and sub only chat mode. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know. My husband is managing this, so I'm not sure that he knows that that's on. I'm in follower and sub only chat mode. I think that is actually intentional, but I don't know for sure. But yes, hi, how are you? It's nice to see you. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you to bring your folks over here. I really appreciate it. We were just telling weird small town stories. So it's nice that everybody's in here. Thank you so much. How did your stream go, Bite Me Medusa? What were you working on today? So I'm just, we're telling weird small town stories because both me and Cupie are from weird small towns. And, um, and so if you were from a weird small town, please feel free to share. And, I'm just working on these three little ice cream cones. We're telling a sequential story, and we're gonna see how far we get. So, um, if you missed it, I was talking about earlier. Well, the last thing I was talking about was how I fell last year, and now I'm a cyborg in here because I had lots of surgery and fell on the ice. The dangers of living up north, but ice cream looked tasty. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we try. We try. We're trying anyway. We're going to try to make, we'll show you, all three. So we started all three of these today. Uh, Full ice cream, halfway eaten, and this one. And I appreciate it, Bite Me Medusa. Thank you so much. And yeah, and then before that, we were telling weird small town stories about how we both grew up in very small towns, and that sometimes our significant others look at us like we're crazy when we start to talk about those stories. So I was telling about the donkey basketball games that used to take place when I was young in my town, where the teams would actually ride on donkeys um, in the gymnasium to play the basketball game. So very, very bizarre. And we were talking about hay rides and cornfields and all those kind of things. You're from DC, which isn't a small town, but sure weird. Yeah, you probably take the cake on that for being just a weirdo place. I went to DC only once, but I didn't really get to wander around the town. So, but yeah, weird stories of any kind from wherever you grew up, please feel free to share because they make us smile. So, yeah, it's, I was saying that when my husband and I went on our first date, that we went to Red Lobster, and he was my trainer at Disney World when we worked there, and that I ordered the crab legs because I hadn't been at many restaurants, and I was like 19 years old, and so I ordered the crab legs, and I dug in. I was like cracking them, and they were making a mess everywhere, and I did not realize at the time that he loved the movie Splash. So when I tell him all my weird stories from growing up in a weird small town, he tells me that I am his Splash. And he asked me if I will take him to my underground or to my under the water city. So, GMR Kitty, I feel the small town stories. Only one school, K to eighth grade, less than 100 kids. My eighth grade graduating class was 8 kids. 8 kids? Oh my gosh, you were tiny, tiny. That's like, that's like turn of the century, like old school stories to have only 8 kids in your graduating class. That's crazy. So yeah, when I tell him stories, he's like, "Will you take me to your under the water city someday?" Because clearly, clearly I was not exposed, and I ate the crab legs on the first date. So if you have not seen Splash, it's on Disney Plus. A very old movie from the 80s. But anyway, all right. So we're just going to take some of that glaze off. We're going to go back to the initial one that we started, which is this one. 2 of the schools that went to my high school were like that. Oh, is that right? Where they only had a a few kids from that elementary school. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's very tiny. We had like 1,000 people at our school. So I want to say it was, like 200 to 250 per class, something like that, which is still small, but that was five elementary schools that came together for that one high school. There was one other school on the other side of the mountain in the same country, or in the same county, but was even smaller. My friend was in the same grade and was the only eighth grader. Really? That's crazy. How do you even do that? Do you put them like different grades in one classroom? That's crazy. All right, we're going to switch to this other image here. And we're going to start to work on two tones now. So we only did one. This is all burnt umber under here. We're going to start to integrate some of the darker color in here. And then we're going to add all the color after that. He always joked that he was the ugliest and the prettiest. That's really funny. That's very bizarre. All right, so right now I'm losing at how far I had to ride on a bus to go to school because Cupie said she had a 45-minute bus ride. I only had like a 15 to 20-minute bus ride through the countryside for both of us. So if anybody out there has longer than 45 minutes that they had to go to their high school on a bus, please let me know. We both passed, lots of farmland and whatever. I went to a charter school for 2 years with 5 kids, including me and my grade, and yep, you were just in the same classroom with other grades. That is really interesting to me. Huh. That is really interesting. So bizarre. I mean, I guess that's what they'd have to do. But that's crazy. So the way that we make the darker color here is that I just mix some blue into this. So that's what we're going to start. Oh, you had a 35 to 40 or 30 to 45-minute bus ride to high school because you had to go to a different state for your high school? Why? That was the closest? That's nuts. I don't even know how that would work, like logistically, in terms of like meeting, I don't know, state requirements or whatever. Well, you might be leading the way then, since you actually had to go interstate. Honestly, I thought I was bad with the 15 to 20-minute ride. Now that seems like nothing compared to y'all. I think I got y'all at the donkey basketball, right? Now you want to know what weirdo town that I grew up in. Yeah, the nearest state high school was over a pass in the winter that got closed. Oh, due to snowy conditions. Interesting. Donkey basketball takes the cake. Thanks, QP. um, where my mom's house is now, my brother has the option of the high school you went to or across state lines. Really? So this is like a common thing? Oh my gosh, that is weird. I would have never thought that because I just thought that there were like state requirements that schools had to meet. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that. Donkey basketball, yeah. So again, I have, if you weren't here earlier, I only have very vague memories of this. I think I was like 6, 7, 8 years old, something like that. I think we're in a commercial break, but nearest chain grocery store was across the state line, about a 20-minute car ride. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. So weird. Guess it's just proximity to school districts. I guess so. That's crazy though. It confuses me also. Yeah, I have honestly until today never heard of that you can live in one state and that you might be forced to or given the option to cross state lines to go to school. That is very strange to me. So QP and I were also discussing my little town's and hers Halloween traditions. So it's been lovely meeting y'all. Gotta run. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, GMR Kitty. Thank you so much. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Um, so in my little town, I told QP that we have Halloween where I grew up. It is on a Saturday. It is always on a Saturday. And so they do trick or treating only on that Saturday and only in the daylight. And I am told that that is weird. At least that's what my husband has told me all these years. But we had a lovely parade, and you would start at the top of the hill, and you would come down, and you would go to the judging stand, and then you would go in the fire department for a cookie and a 50-cent piece and an orange drink. And then you would all go trick-or-treating in procession through all the neighborhoods in the town. So, and you had to be back by 6 p.m. Had to be back at your home by 6 p.m. And that was when the curfew would go off, that you were not supposed to be wandering around. So you never got to trick-or-treat in the dark and almost never on Halloween Day. How about that? And I was saying that we had some lovely people. You know, everybody was sitting on their front porches for the most part for when they would give out their treats. But we had one lovely lady. It was an older lady, and she had a cookie table, and so she would bake cookies. And curfew is crazy. Was it just 18 or everyone under 18? Yeah, but nobody over 18 was, you know, I guess doing anything weird. I believe that there was actually, it might have been a curfew for everybody at 9 o'clock though. I don't remember. I don't remember. Um, but yeah, maybe that was what it was. But yes, so this lady had a cookie table and she had this all lined up with all these decorations. And so you would pick a cookie and you would decorate it, and that was your Halloween treat. And there was another lady that was she actually was my nursery school teacher. And she would let you into her home for Halloween. And she had made up little treat bags that usually had something homemade. But she lived in this house that was full of antiques, and it was just beautiful. And we had a house that would give out full-size candy bars and shots for the adults. Nice. Okay. Well, that made for a special Halloween then, I guess. Um, yeah, that's I have seen it. I have heard of some neighborhoods that would be very competitive in other places, not in my town, but in other places, be very competitive and try to give out full-size candy bars, which seems crazy. But yes, I have definitely heard of that. And this lady who was my nursery school teacher, she would, when I was very young, actually have parties at her house for very young kids. We would dress up in costumes, and I got to go because my grandmother lived above her on the hill, and they were themed parties. And so she would pick a country and she would make a very elegant meal for all of us kids. And we would dress up in costumes that were themed to those particular countries, and we would eat on her china. And no one ever broke anything. She was, yeah, it was very, very cute. And she was just a very sweet, there were a lot of very sweet older ladies that lived in my little town. So, yeah, little bit bizarre, but very, very sweet. It's just not a thing that you would hear, I suppose, anybody today doing, but but very, very sweet. In my immediate neighborhood, there were several older ladies, elderly ladies, that were my neighbors. And I remember one in particular would come over and push me on my swing set, and she would recite Robert Frost poems to me. So, do you think that the cookie lady had any correlation with your interest in cookie painting series? So, I think that there was a um, cookie baking tradition in the entire town and in my family as well. So if you haven't seen my cookie paintings, please go over to my website and see. Cute people tell you they're pretty cool. I make real life gingerbread models and sugar cookie models with big frosting backgrounds, and then I replicate them in paint. So so there were lots of cookie bakers in my family and in my town, and I just remember it being very much ingrained as being a part of me. I am learning though about the decorating, so I am taking some online classes. It's seriously scary how photorealistic they are. Aw, thanks, Cupie. I appreciate it. They were definitely a labor of love, and I think that they're pretty cool. Um, so yeah, I take a lot of pride in those. But yeah, everybody baked. That was a thing. Everybody, I said this actually at one point somewhere on my blog, I think, that part of, in part, I think it's kind of honoring people who make beautiful things like that that maybe aren't considered traditional artists in any way. So yeah, that's one reason why, just one reason why I use the cookies as part of the paintings. But I do think that they make the paintings, they're nice and they're whimsical, but they're thoughtful and they make them very accessible for people. I'm sorry, I love to pick people's brains clearly. No, no worries. Yeah, I'm happy to answer it. But yeah, I think there's like a whole culture of, you know, that people who wanted to be creative and that was one way that they were creative is their baking. So, and that's, I think, a tradition that still holds true today. A lot of people use baking as their creative outlet, and I don't think that it, um, you know, like I said, I just did to, part of it. Part of the reason that I did the series was to kind of honor that part of what I think is really like an American culture kind of thing, that maybe doesn't get what what do I want to say, the credibility that I think that it should for the contributions that it makes um, to the arts. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, so one of those pieces I made a 3 foot long gingerbread scene with 5 gingerbread row houses. You're very right. Every year we have a cookie making party at my mom's friends with my mom's friends and kids for Christmas. Yeah. So I think that it makes it like I try to have a narrative, not an over your head, hit you over the head narrative, but just a very hopeful narrative. That's what I think that they try to carry. I try to make in them, and Thanksgiving we have baking competitions on my mom's side. Yeah, so I thought that using cookies makes things have a very accessible way to share a narrative that's whimsical and hopeful and understandable to people regardless of age or language or um, you don't have to be trained in art to appreciate them. So those paintings that I did were the first ones that I ever had that went viral on my various social media pages. And one of my favorite comments was from the one called The Daydreamer, which is a cookie horse in front of the gingerbread barn. And it was a comment from a, a mom telling me that her little boy said it was the best painting he'd ever seen. And I just thought that was really, that meant a lot to me because, um, you know, it was just a way to reach people that was, what do I want to say? There's a quote from an artist named Keith Haring from the 80s, And it says art is for everybody. So I think art is for everybody. And I don't think you should have to have a lot of training to understand or appreciate it. So I try to make my art for everybody. All of your paintings give you a nice bit of nostalgia in a nice and also slightly painful way. Not bad, but just pure nostalgia and longing. That's the nicest comment. Thank you very much, QP. I really appreciate that. So even when I do, I do my little ice cream paintings, and I think they're very beautiful and lovely in the end. But yeah, that's kind of what I go for. I kind of go for that nostalgic quality in them. So that makes me feel good. Thank you, QP. I really appreciate it. But yes, please head over and take a look at the series on my website if you can, because it would make me feel good. Because I spent like a long time painting those pieces, and I think they're really beautiful. And you can see videos of the close-ups on my TikTok in particular. Um, and like I said, there was a few of my videos that went viral, and the comments were just always so nice and supportive. So that was really nice to see. So what I'm trying to do here and over the next few months is I'm going to try to see how much I can push my traditional still life. And what's that say? Always yell at people when they say they can't do art, because everyone can do art. You can do art with a burnt stick. Art is just so human to me. I agree. Everybody should be able to feel empowered to make art. And that art can be a painting, or it can be made in your kitchen. um, you know, or maybe it's just something creative that you take on, gardening or writing or whatever, but whatever gives you that creative outlet, everybody should be empowered to do that. It's not about skill or realism, it's just about creating. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And, those who want to develop their skills can certainly do that, but it shouldn't be a hindrance to you if you just make art for the expressive purpose of creating. That is totally okay. Totally okay. I think the worst thing, I've said this before, but I'm aware of like a school district in particular, where everybody kind of gets churned out thinking the same way. And any kind of thought process where they have any sense of individualism is discouraged. And I just think that's the saddest thing in the world. So I want people to be able to feel empowered to make art, and make beautiful things. And I mentioned earlier, let me see what she said here. Lucky for my friends, I have every single art and craft supply available for them. I'm the art spot. That's nice. It's nice that you're so willing to share with people. Excuse me one second. It's nice that you're so willing to share with people what you do, so that you can help them to create too. Um, I'm gonna switch, I think. Well, we're gonna flip this upside down. So we're gonna flip this upside down and just go in and try to look a little more closely at these details. Um, but yes, everybody should feel like they are able to create. So there's certainly, if you're interested in drawing or painting, there's resources that can help you do that to a level that you think. One of the best books is Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain by Dr. Betty Edwards. That is a very good book if you would like to learn to draw more realistically. But if you just want to draw for the sake of drawing, like, that is fine too. There's nothing that says that you shouldn't do that. And as I was saying, there was a school that I'm aware of where everybody is kind of churned out to think the same way. And I think that it's just very important to give everyone access to being creative in some way. It's important to our souls in here that we do that. And so I hope if you're here for the first time, again, welcome. I am kind of a quirky artist, but I am a full-time painter, and you are welcome to hang out with me 4 days a week, and I will talk about my art and my weird hometown and whatever other stories that I have to share from when I worked at Disney World and so forth. But mostly, I hope that you come in and you just feel comfortable either watching me paint, talking to me about, whatever you would like to talk about, or bringing your own projects in. So QP brings her own projects in sometimes, and she's been working on some stuff there. And, I think it's nice to think of this as kind of a virtual meetup for artists to come and hang out, and people who just love learning about art or watching art be made to come and hang out as well. So I hope you find it a little bit peaceful. I appreciate you being here. And I'm kind of new to Twitch, and my husband suggested that I do this. So I've been here a few weeks, and I paint all the time anyway. So he's like, why don't you just stream it so other people can see? Let's see what QP says. I was annoying to my teachers because I was anti-becoming the same as everyone else. My school wasn't too bad with it, thankfully, but there were a few ways, and I did not like that I stood against them. Yeah, that's kind of the way the world is, right? The world wants everybody. Life would be a lot easier for a lot of people if we all thought the same. But I think the beauty of life is when we think differently and when we bring different perspectives and see different things. And I think that that's what art does. So even though I am painting an ice cream cone here, what I'm encouraging you to do is to savor the small things in life and to be able to see the details. And, that's my little mission for these particular pieces of work. So, this is new for me to do this kind of sequential series, but let's just look at this again. This is just telling a little story, right? It's full ice cream cone, halfway eaten and mostly eaten, but really what it's telling a story of is time, that everything moves on and then you repeat. So, that's what I try to do. And I hope that you can learn while you're here a little bit, just to help you kind of, maybe improve some of the ways that you see the world or the way that you appreciate other people's art. Because, of course, I love that you're here and you're watching me. But, I want you to be able to look at other people's art or your own art with new and open points of view. So I've mentioned before on here, I spent 5 years as the editor of an art magazine, a small art magazine, but I was very fortunate because I got to talk to many of the country's best artists during that time. And it really helped me to develop my eventual decision to become an artist myself. Let's see what QP said. I choreographed a super heavy duet my sophomore year to Breathe Me by Sia, and I was very surprised the teachers that did end up coming to see and were very supportive. Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. There's always going to be a mix of people anywhere, but it is nice to know that there are, in truth, a lot of very good, very kind, very supportive people. And hopefully, what I've learned here, just in the few weeks that I've been on Twitch and just, a handful of hours each week, there's a lot of them here. Y'all are a lot of nice people out there, and that's really nice to know. So, again, this is like me opening. You know what, QP, you said something the other day, and it just really warmed my heart because you said you loved being here. And I loved it not just because it was a nice comment, but you said here, as in like this is a place, right, to hang out with me in my studio. And that really made me feel good. So I really appreciate it, and I hope that other people will feel the same as well. So eventually you'll warm up to me, I promise. So let's see here. I think I'm going to go ahead and switch to this one. Again, we're just trying to rough out all these major shapes today. And let's just make sure it's dry. Oh, you're still a little tacky. All right, we'll switch to this other one then. Still a little too tacky. So yeah, we like to tell stories. It is a place. I do love it here. Thanks so much, QP. And thank you so much, Willow. I appreciate you making the little emoji there too. So Willow's been hanging out with me almost since the beginning, which is really, really nice too. And Willow is a very talented graphic designer. So it's nice that she is, again, feeling like this is a nice place where she will often bring her work and be working on that in the background as well. So that's nice to know. Um, yeah, so we might not all be able to be in the same space, but we are in the same space here. I mentioned before on a hey Willow, I'm so glad you like it here too. I mentioned on one of the other streams that I a number of years ago in 2018 I think it was, that I won a public art competition and I got to go to Washington D.C. And there were I think 20 there was 20 or 22 of us. I think there was 22 of us. And so what they did was we each had to work on a project while we were there. And they put 11 of us in one building and 11 of us in another. And it was just such a wonderful experience. And the only time that I've ever come close to experiencing what it was like to be in college, in a college classroom again, because everybody was working on their own projects, which what they were was we each had to paint a door. And so the public art project was supposed to be about the rising costs of rent. And so my door was a board game because I'm a realist painter. And so I painted a big board game, but it was really nice because everybody was there and everybody was sharing and everybody was talking and exchanging ideas. And these were not like there was little old lowly me, but there was some very, very, very gifted artists there who had huge accomplishments and were very well noted um, for their projects before this. And it was such a gift to me to have that experience among those people. So in some small way, I hope to replicate that here, I guess. But everybody who comes in, you are free to just lurk. You are free to chat. You are free to share what you work on or what you're excited about. We can talk about weird stuff, like what movies you've seen, or like I said, the weird towns that you grew up in. And I will tell you all those stories um, as they pop in my head. And also, like I shared a lot the other day about my time living in Florida, and I worked at Disney World for a few years in various roles. My husband was there for almost 20 years, actually, at Disney World. So we have lots of weird stories. He's empowered me to share some of his, and so once in a while. You love my Disney stories. I appreciate it. I like sharing them. They're pretty funny. I don't know. I think it's a weird time in life where um, things that I accepted as being, again, very normal. It's like, this is not the way people live, right? But it was the way that we lived. So, I mentioned the other day that if you've ever heard of the Great Movie Ride, which is no longer there, that was at Hollywood Studios, that I got to go on the hurricane ride out back in the early 2000s when there was a hurricane that was aiming for Central Florida, and it never ended up coming. I don't remember the name of the hurricane, but I got to go in with my husband, and we sandbagged all of the attractions in the park, and then we actually slept in the Great Movie Ride. So it was a very, very strange thing. I slept on a table in the break room, and the one of the poor folks who was with us told me that I kept him up all night because the table kept squeaking. So every time I turned, I was squeaking it quite loudly. Um, and then I also mentioned that my husband was, he had a bunch of different roles at Disney, but one of them was that he worked at the Great Movie Ride when he was young, and he got to be a gangster and a bandit in addition to a tour guide, and then later on he held management roles there. So, but when he was young and he was a gangster and a bandit, they had something called cast zooming. And when you're a cast zoomer, you get to bring your costumes home. And thank you, Willow. And so he would go to work with his costumes on, and that was kind of a thing. Like in Central Florida, a lot of people went to work with their costumes on, and I don't mean you had to be a character, just whatever attraction you were working at. And so you would often see people, you know, at like various places like the gas station or whatever that were wearing their costumes to work. But for him, he would, you know, be wearing his gangster costume. So he'd be dressed like he was a gangster from like, what, the 1920s? And I would give him his breakfast sandwich and send him on his way. So strange little things like that. I try to tell the stories as they pop in my mind. So I'm trying to hope to convince y'all to to hang around with me. So anyway, I do have a lot of funny stories, but I'm here to paint too, right? I have a quote on my website that says, I take whimsy very seriously. That's how I treat my art. I take whimsy very seriously. All right, so I'm going to go in here, and I've darkened this up a little bit. With just adding blue to this burnt umber that I have. I feel the same. Whimsy is serious. Yeah, right? You know, I don't want it to be something that people dismiss. I want you to take it seriously. I take it seriously. That's why I dedicate so much time to making stuff that I think is whimsical. All right, so I'm just going to go in here and just try to start to refine some of the shadow areas in here. I think we're doing pretty good for today, though. I was hoping that I would just be able to block all this stuff out. But if you haven't followed me yet, please consider following me because it makes me feel good. Okay. All right, we're just going to go in here and let's do a little bit at a time. Gotta have it, Cupid, huh? Alright, so I'm just gonna try to refine this just a little bit. This is a little bit messy area, so I'm probably gonna have to turn it, but I think I'm gonna have to let that dry first. Alright, we're gonna switch to this one. All right. So, Cupid, I just had a story pop in my head, and this one's for you because earlier we were talking about Disney films. We were talking about the Disney animated films and the ones that were hand drawn, and I briefly mentioned that I used to, as one of my jobs that I had at Disney World, I worked at the Hunchback of Notre Dame musical, which was a beautiful musical. You can see lots of videos on it on YouTube that recorded it. Some of them have the sound blocked out, unfortunately. Um, and in one of those videos, you can actually see me wandering around in the theater. But but I mention this because I I once I claim anyway I once saved Bruce Willis's life because he came into the Hunchback of Notre Dame theater, and the way that it worked back then is they had this parade that would come by. So they had this parade that would come by. It was a really terrible looking theater too. It was structured very badly, but this parade would come by, and it would cross by like the wheelchair entrance, and and that was also the entrance where celebrities and stuff would come in as well. It was kind of like the side entry. And so this is way back when he was still married to Demi Moore. And so Demi Moore had come in earlier because, you know, she was a voice in the movie of Esmeralda. And so she was already sitting in her spot. And he came in late, and I was back working that position in the theater. And I remember very distinctly, he like waved at her and was like ready to head out. And he was totally going to get trampled by this theater, or by this little parade that came by, or that was about to come by in like 2 seconds. And I'm not kidding, I slapped him right across the stomach with my arm. And I held him back from stepping in front of that parade. So I like to say I saved his life. But anyway, that's my weirdo Disney story for the day. Anyway, it's a fun little memory that that I have. So I hope it made you smile. It makes me smile when I think about it. Not many people got to slap Bruce Willis right across the stomach. Um, yeah, so anyway, it's a small parade, but it still would have hurt. There's a lot of people in it. Yeah, celebrities actually do go to Disney pretty often. So my husband actually saw a lot more than I ever did, um, but I personally saw Christopher Reeves came to the Epic Theater, which is where Indiana Jones was, and I was working there one day. So I remember seeing him. I remember Michael J. Fox came in to the Star Tours ride when I was working there one time. My husband actually, he's met a lot of people over the years, but Michael Jackson came to the park a couple times that he got to meet him, and years ago, and just a lot. There's a lot of people that would come to the parks. So yeah, usually they have a guide who will take them around from guest relations so that they don't have to kind of muddle their way through um, the rest of the crowds. But yeah, a lot of people would go. But it's always kind of funny. Only person I've ever seen is Jimmy Fallon. He came to my job in New Hampshire and didn't know what to say. Uh, you got to act cool and professional. Yeah, that's the thing. So you're not allowed to ask for any autographs or anything. You can't even really acknowledge anybody. And you know what? I completely understand that, because you don't want to make people feel awkward. They're on vacation. If they weren't on vacation, then, you know, everybody would be mobbing them. So yeah, I totally understand. But yeah, there was a lot of people. I'm blanking, but I will share. Only the boss got a picture. Well, that kind of stinks. But yeah, you want to, I mean, I understand. You want people to feel, you know, comfortable um when they're out and about, because you don't want to make them feel awkward. All right, so we're just gonna, I think we're gonna just go ahead and finish up some of the shadows on this one just a bit more, and then I'll probably call it a day soon, because I believe that I am 4 hours in. And on Saturday I went too long. It does sometimes, you know, I paint all day and sometimes all night. I paint late sometimes. Um, Stephen King also frequently, but never while you worked. Okay, that's interesting. That's far. He's from Maine, right? Isn't that, well, I guess that's not that far from New Hampshire. I've been lucky. Again, over the years, I guess, just a number of sightings, you know. But again, it's like living in Central Florida. That's kind of the thing. I was right by the border. Oh, okay. His apple or oh, he has an apple orchard? Hmm. That's so neat. Like when you say that, like a real apple orchard, like that's like a producing for other people, or you're saying just for him? That's really cool. I have two little apple trees. It's part of my garden. They're in containers. They don't produce any trees yet. um, but I'm trying. Maybe next year. Oh, an orchard you can go pick at. That's so neat. I wonder why. That seems like such an odd thing, but I guess he's from Maine, so. There is an orchard somewhere around here that you can go pick at. We went to it one time years ago. Because we're in New York. They have a lot of apples here. So, like I said, I bought two little trees last year. And I'm trying so that I can see if I can make my own. I have a very shady yard, so I'm not sure it's going to work, but it's an experiment. One of many gardening experiments that I'm trying. Called Pine Tree Orchard. Neat. That's pretty cool. I have never heard of that before. They also have the best pizza and cider donuts. That's pretty neat. Why pizza? Why would that be the best pizza? Cider donuts, I understand. All right, we're doing pretty good on this. I am thinking that we did pretty good for today. We pretty much completed the objective, almost anyway, that I was hoping for, which is just to block in all my major shapes on all three paintings. So that's a good thing. crust was special for some reason. I can't remember why. Well, it is the crust that makes the pizza. I do understand that. I do understand that. I've had some, you know what actually was really disappointing is we used to go to all those spring training games in Florida, baseball spring training games. And the Yankees, which was our favorite place to go, um, they had this pizza place that was in there, and it used to be pretty decent, and then it changed, and it was like from a real restaurant, but it had like the worst pizza, and it was so expensive. It was so expensive, and I always thought that was really disappointing because you'd think the Yankee Stadium, right, would have like the spring training stadium, but you'd think it would have like the best New York pizza, but it didn't. It was crap. And it was like, I forget. It was some ridiculous price for the pizza slices. That was a while ago. Maybe they've changed it since, but I haven't actually made pizza in such a long time. I used to make pizza all the time. It's something I need to do sometime. Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, it was like this chewy, like, I don't know, weird stuff. Maybe it had just been sitting there too long. It wasn't like one time it happened too. It was like multiple times. It was bad. Concerts, sporting events, festivals, the food is always insanely priced. Yeah. And then Yankees was always the worst. It was expensive. I guess they thought it was the Yankee tax that it was like it was okay to charge that much for stuff. But it was expensive. But it was so much fun. We really enjoyed going. We went to so many spring training games for years. And but Yankees, that was they used to call it Legends Field, and then it became George Steinbrenner Field. And that was always our favorite one, even though it was a little farther from our house, because it like it was weird. It like felt like you had walked into New York suddenly. And there were street musicians who would actually play like saxophones and such at the end of the walkways, going in or coming out of the stadium, which was not something that happened at any of the other spring training stadiums that we went to, but it happened there because it was New York. And there was also, I always thought this was really funny. When we would leave, there was always a police officer out there that was directing traffic, but he just looked so New York because he was always smoking a cigar, and it would hang out of his mouth, and he'd just be directing traffic while he was smoking his cigar. And it just felt like a very New York thing. So I always thought that was funny. Every stadium had its own charm, but there was something special about that method acting. Yeah, they were all playing the part. They were probably all hired for that. But yeah, that was fun. It was fun. Yeah, we saw lots of players there, and a few times we actually saw George Steinbrenner sitting up in the box, and other older players would come down to help sometimes, and so that was always neat. Saw a lot of baseball players. I remember one particular time, I remember seeing Yogi Berra sitting with George Steinbrenner in the box. And so this was probably around the late 2000s or early 2010s, something like that. Not in the sports loop. I didn't know this was a thing. Yeah. Yeah, we went to lots and lots of spring training games. We would get tickets every year to the Yankees for most of their games, and then sometimes we would go to some of the other ones. Baseball's the only sport that I've ever really been into. So they all practice together in Florida. So like half of them practice in Florida and half of them practice in Arizona. So they get together for usually it's a little earlier now than it used to be, but like late February through March, maybe the beginning of April. I think that the season starts earlier now. But yeah, all the teams get to play each other. So it was fun. I missed that. It was my favorite time of year because the weather was beautiful and the games were just very peaceful and enjoyable to sit outside and see some amazing things. I actually, for anybody who's listening, if you know who Aaron Judge is, we used to see Aaron Judge all the time at the Yankees spring training stadium before he was famous. And he was number 99 way back then because 99 was like the nobodies on the team. Yeah, the two hottest places. That is correct. It could be really, really hot, but March is actually not so bad. I don't know what it's like in Arizona in March, but March is not so bad in Florida most of the time. Sometimes it could still be a little bit treacherous, but most of the time it wasn't so bad. So, but yeah, it was from where we lived near at the time, one, two, three, like five stadiums. I love March here. That's summer for me. Hey, Kill Feeds, nice to see you. Is that right? That's summer for you? You're in Australia, right? You're in Australia, I think. Good morning. How are you? Oh, New Zealand. I'm sorry, New Zealand. My bad. My bad, my bad. Um, oh, so March, huh? Okay. It always looks, they film so many movies, right, in New Zealand, and it always looks like it's so beautiful there. Um, maybe that's just, my idea, I guess. But it does. It always looks so beautiful. All right, I want to pay attention here because I'm starting to get a little lost in my shapes. It's beautiful but expensive now. Oh, yeah, I can understand that. That's what happens with beautiful places. They become very expensive. I do understand that. That's like even Central Florida, like it was it was a really nice place to live back in the day, but now it's kind of ridiculous. So, um, home prices and whatever, it's very, very ridiculous by comparison. All right, I'm just gonna flip this upside down. We're just gonna do a little bit more because, let's see here what Killfeed says. We pay $10 for a block of butter and $20 for a block of cheese. Oh, but living wage pays. Oh, okay. So like everything's expensive, but they pay you more. Okay. I guess that's okay. I don't know. That seems really expensive. Jeez. That's crazy. I mentioned that I have this like little garden, right? And I have, yeah, that's crazy. I agree, QP. I have this little garden in my house and a little garden outside my house. And outside is a little treacherous to grow in because of the weather here is a little unpredictable. But and it's a very short growing season. But I am learning to do it. In Australia, they're paying $40 to $60 an hour. Wow. And is that again to accommodate like the rising costs of living there? That seems nuts. That's crazy. But one reason that I do that is because, it's it's a way to free up some resources for art supplies and to share that with other people too. Because if you know how to grow stuff, especially like organic food is very expensive. So, so I feel good when I grow something and it becomes a lot more affordable. Yeah, minimum wage here is QP. I know. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. No, that's kind of standard and why everyone in New Zealand is moving there. Oh, that's interesting. I don't actually know, um, like how, when you say everyone in New Zealand, like what is the population roughly of New Zealand? I don't actually know. I'm showing my ignorance here. 2350. That's crazy. Um, yeah, I don't actually know. I know New York State is higher. I don't actually know what it is. Oh, okay, 5.21 million? Oh, that's small. Wow, that's very, very small. I think New York State's like 19 million, isn't it? 800,000 people moved to Australia in the past 2 years. My goodness. That's almost 20% of your population. That's crazy. My goodness. Australia's cool with that? It seems like a lot. That's crazy. When you do the conversion rate, New Zealand makes $13 US. Okay. So I'd have to calculate that out with what you're saying the cost of the butter and the cheese was. Whereas if you were in Australia, you were making $39. Wow, really? It must not be that hard to immigrate into Australia from New Zealand then, if there's that many people going in. And Australia, I assume, needs the working force, I guess. Is that why they would be letting that many people come in? We can move back and forward freely, no work visas. Oh, oh, okay. Wow, I didn't know that. You're gonna kill thieves. You're gonna convince a bunch of people in the chat that they need to move over in that area so that they can experience that. Um, that's interesting. That is interesting. No skilled work visas. I did not know that. It's an agreement between the two countries. That is really neat. That is really neat. This is one thing I really like about Twitch. I always learn something, right? There's so many wonderful people who share, and I always learn. All right, let's flip this back around. Did pretty good on these. So I'm kind of debating. I always learn a lot too. Yeah, that's really neat, Kill Feeds. That is really, really neat. Let me just check. I want to see what time we're at. So I sadly am gonna have to go. You still working on the Neapolitan? I am. So yes, I unfortunately did not finish it, and I had to do other tasks yesterday. So here we go. So still working on it. It's getting there, but I want to give my eyes a couple days off from it, and then I will come back to it. So I appreciate you remembering, no Kill Feeds. But yeah, so it is almost 7 o'clock Eastern time here for me, and I have to go make dinner. I have to go into my garden. So thank you, Kill Feeds. I appreciate you stopping in for today. Thank you so much for stopping by. And to everybody else who stopped in, thank you so much. And again, if you, yeah, have a wonderful night, Kill Feeds. Bye, QP. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you stopping in. Oh, you got one of my little ice cream emojis in there too. That's really nice. So thank you so much to everyone who hung out, and I really appreciate it. And you're welcome to come back anytime and just hang out with me. Again, my name's Kim. Yes, I'm going to try to raid. Thank you, Kill Feeds. I did learn how to do that the other day. And we will try to send you guys to somebody cool. I'm sure there's a lot of wonderful people out there. And yeah, if you haven't followed me yet, please follow me. And I appreciate it. And Squatting Cat, okay, very cool. Then I will definitely try to do that. Thank you, Kill Feeds. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you again to everybody who hung out, listened to my crazy stories, watched me paint, and I hope you'll join me back here on Thursday again. So, so yeah, we'll try to work some more on these, or maybe head back to the Neapolitan. So anyway, I'll be on at 2 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. So I will see you soon. And I really hope that you all have a wonderful couple days. I will still be working, but I just won't be on Twitch. So anyway, she's drawing kitties. Well, that can't be bad. So that's good. All right. I will send you over there in just a moment. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you so much. I will see you soon. Okay. Bye-bye.